early in the morning, and this is a great exercise. May we take our seats again? We will now watch a brief video on BADEA.
Sixth Arab Summit Conference, Resolution number 49, the establishment of an Arab African financial institution to contribute to socio-economic development projects and provide technical assistance to African countries. To implement the resolution, 18 Arab countries signed on the 18th of February 1974 the establishment agreement of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa.
Wonderful.
BADEA.
We all be
50
upstanding
years past since BADEA
as the
launched
President of the
operations
Republic of
from
Ghana
the
makes
heart
his
of Africa.
entry. May we remain upstanding for the national anthem of the Republic of Ghana, followed by the anthem for the African Union. Thank you very much. You may please take your seats. Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and governments, His Excellency the host President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and African Union champion for financial institutions, His Excellency Musa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Honorable Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of multilateral and development financial institutions, His Excellency Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, His Excellency Dr. Fahad Al-Dosari, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, His Excellency Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, President of BADEA, His Excellency Professor Benedict Oke Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors at the African Export Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, His Excellency Dr. Fahad Al Turki, Director General and Chairman of the Arab Monetary Fund, His Excellency Sultan Al Mashid, Chief Executive Officer of the Saudi Fund. I would also like to recognize the presence of Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Public Service Champion of the African Union Integration and first woman to lead the African Union Commission, Monsieur Gervais Kofi Jondo, Private Sector Champion of African Integration and founder of EcoBank, which has successfully integrated 35 African countries, Mr. Tony Elumelu, Chairman, Hess Holdings, Transcorp, and founder of United Bank for Africa, UBA. Honorable Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished governors of central banks, and leaders of financial institutions, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prince Moses. I'm Director Communication at the Africa Prosperity Network, organizers of the Africa Prosperity Dialogues, also known as the Davos of Africa, of which the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, the African Development Bank Group, AFDB, the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, and the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat are proud partners. A group of economists once described Ghana as the canary in the coal mine. They also said that when Ghana sneezes, the rest of Africa catches a cold. But today in this room, Ghana becomes the canary in the gold mine. And when Ghana sneezes, the rest of Africa will catch great wealth. Now, because the commemoration of BADEA's golden anniversary will be marked by the most impressive union of two financial ecosystems right here in Ghana, under the patronage of the African Union Champion for Financial Institutions, today we are celebrating BADEA's 5 decades of long-standing engagement on building bridges of investment and trade flows between Africa and the Arab world. Again today, and most probably most importantly for BADEA, the launch of the Arab Africa Financial Consortium will bring together powerhouses of finance and development from both regions. Please allow me to recognize the AFDB and BADEA, as well as the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions and the Arab Coordination Group. We celebrate on BADEA's 50th anniversary their collaborative efforts for the transformation of the African economic landscape. Excellencies, honorable ministers, leaders of financial institutions, shall we please enjoy a short first video presentation of BADEA.
Sixth Arab Summit Conference, Resolution number 49, the establishment of an Arab African financial institution to contribute to socio-economic development projects and provide technical assistance to African countries. To implement the resolution, 18 Arab countries signed on the 18th of February 1974 the establishment agreement of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA. 50 years passed since BADEA launched its operations from the heart of Africa, Khartoum, Sudan, to support 44 African countries. BADEA's capital increased over the years from 231 million when established to 20 billion US dollars. BADEA commitments today reach 13 billion US dollars funding Africa's public sector, private sector, trade finance, and technical assistance grants. Guided by SDGs and Agenda 2063 of the African Union, BADEA's 2030 strategy vision is
to be a platform for Arab African economic cooperation for development. Our mission is to enhance Arab African economic cooperation through financial assistance, investment, and technical support.
for 50 years, the largest share of BADEA's funding has supported human centered infrastructure development. BADEA has invested in roads, airports, railways, water and sanitation, energy, education, health, and social housing sectors, all aiming to improve quality of life. For 50 years, BADEA's agricultural and rural development projects have helped alleviate poverty and ensure food security by providing funds to improve product quality, productivity, and support farmers' access to agricultural inputs and markets. Over the past 5 years, BADEA has provided 5 billion US dollars to promote the private sector and build trade bridges within the continent, the Arab world, and globally striving towards a more prosperous and economically stable Africa. For 50 years, BADEA has invested in SMEs as a major source of household income, job creation, innovation and creativity promotion, and economic growth.
I set out to create the most delicious and memorable baobab ice cream in the world, using local ingredients crafted from ancient African recipes and refined for the taste of our people far and near. I had no capital, no support, no machines, yet I wanted baobab ice cream to be enjoyed from Accra to Zanzibar. I nearly gave up until I discovered BADEA and Afro Champions. They have been my rock and my salvation. And through the Caravan Initiative, I am poised to deliver sweet delight across Africa and employ thousands of young people.
For 50 years, BADEA provided 1,000 grants for capacity building and technical assistance, focused on enhancing the skills, knowledge, and capabilities of individuals and institutions across various sectors. Together with its partners, BADEA launched initiatives to combat development challenges in Africa, climate change, food security, infrastructure, and access to energy. The Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, a golden success story with a high credit rating and an impactful journey made possible by our shareholders, partners, and the African countries we serve. Today, from Riyadh, the capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with its committed leaders and dedicated staff, BADEA strives to achieve even greater success. The Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. 50 years of Arab and African cooperation.
And now let's put our hands together as we welcome His Excellency Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, President of BADEA, for his welcome remarks.
His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana and AU Financial Institution Champion, His Excellency Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, my big brother, His Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, President of African Bank and Chairman of the Board, my dear brother Benedict, Your Excellency, the head of the Arab Financial Institution, Excellency is the head of African Financial Institution, honorable ministers, ambassadors, head of Regional Economic Commission, member of the private sector, partners of BADEA from the United Nations system, all our partners, all protocol respected, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a profound sense of gratitude and joy that I welcome you all to this special partners breakfast engagement to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA. I would like to thank His Excellency President Nana Addo for this support to BADEA and for kindly accepting to host this important event on this historic occasion of our Jubilee anniversary. I would also like to thank all the members of the Arab Coordination Group who made it to Accra to join us for the celebration of this particularly important event in the history of our institution. I would like to mention particularly Dr. Vahd Turki, the Director General and Chairman of the Board of the Arab Monetary Fund, His Excellency Sultan Al-Murshid, the CEO of the Saudi Fund for Development, and Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Hanai, member of the board of BADEA, and also my colleague from the ACFAN and other Arab financial institutions present here. A special mention to our friend from the the Alliance for African Multilateral Financial Institutions, under the chairmanship of my Professor Benedict Orama, who have been really working very closely with BADEA to develop a joint solution for African problem by African. The partnership between BADEA and the African Development Bank goes back to the establishment of BADEA. And we are really proud of the achievement made, particularly over the past few years, thanks to the leadership of my dear brother, Dr. Adeshina. Since my chairman will have the opening statement, I will just stick to few remarks. My first remark is that as we celebrate today the 50th anniversary of the bank, we are really reflecting on a journey that began and was successful because of all of you, government, financial institution in both the Arab world and in Africa. Second, this is a good opportunity for all of us to think about BADEA and to project BADEA in the next 50 years. And this is why we are currently working on the vision BADEA 2074. Third, this bank is a special bank because it is the only institution fully dedicated to the African continent. And that shows the commitment of our shareholders to support Africa and to strengthen the historical, geographical, and demographical ties and cultural ties between the two worlds. And as a matter of fact, out of 5 African citizens is a citizen of an Arab country, and 3 Arab citizens are citizens. 3 Arab citizens are citizens of African countries. So this shows the very strong link between the two worlds and the two regions. Today, we have the obligation and the duty to work on strengthening the economic and financial and trade relationship between the two worlds. And as it will be mentioned by my chairman in his speech, we are working on the establishment of a joint consortium between the Arab financial institution and the African financial institution. I thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Sidi Ould Tah. Now, shall we call on the stage His Excellency Dr. Fahad Al-Dosari, Chairman of the Board of Directors of BADEA.
Your Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana and AU Financial Institutions Champion, Your Excellency Mr. Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Dr. Akinomi Adishna, President of the African Development Bank Group, Your Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, President of and Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Afrexim Bank, Excellencies, Ministers, representing heads of states, Excellencies, heads of financial institutions, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It gives me great pleasure to address your distinguished gathering today to mark the 50 years of BADEA's journey in support in sub-Saharan Africa. 50 years ago, the bank was established as a symbol of genuine commitment to shared prosperity between Arab world and Africa. It is indeed heartwarming today to reaffirm this commitment and validate the vision set forth by our past leaders. Over the years, the bank has evolved in all aspects. In these brief remarks, I would like to share some highlights of these aspects and also the BADEA's evolution over the 50 years. BADEA's capital increased significantly from 90 million US dollars in 1973 to 20 billion US dollars today. From a modest financial institution with big ambitions, the bank is now triple A rated by Japan rating agency, AA1, with a stable outlook from Moody's, and AA with a positive outlook from Standard & Poor's, placing it amongst the highest rated development financial institutions in Africa. This rating was not pursued as target, but it was aimed to ensure that the continent has access to affordable development finance. It's also a cornerstone for successful of our first bond issuance aimed to availing euro financing for countries that acquire euros to fund their national development priorities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the past decades, development and success in Africa are source of pride for us at BADEA. We have worked with many countries in addressing their development challenges and setting the stage for acceleration by supporting critical infrastructure aimed at human development. You might encounter some of these projects as we cherish and adore without realizing that BADEA was one of the founding development finance partners. With more than 38 or 39 airports across the continent, I am confident many here today have used some of them. The priority was road networks that helped countries or connect countries and build regional networks to reduce isolation and improve trade and human mobility. We are also proud of our support for many healthcare and education services across the continent. Of course, we're not alone in these efforts. No single hand can build alone. I am very pleased and very happy that we are celebrating the anniversary with our key partners, including African Development Bank. I want to seize this opportunity to thank my friend President Adesina for his brotherhood and partnership with BADEA, uh, the World Bank colleagues as well. My brother is also from Arab Coordination Group. Building on the historical trade relationship between Africa and Arab world, as we as well as within the continent and globally. BADEA's trade finance window stands as one of the success stories. I am pleased today that we are joined by our key partners in the Arab Africa Bridges Program, African Bank and ITFC, which is another signal of commitment between the two regions and for shared prosperity. The ambitious Sustainable Development Agenda calls for central role for the private sector, and I am pleased to see many of our key partners from private sector here today. And over the past 4 years, BADEA's commitment to private sector and trade has amounted to 5 billion US dollars. BADEA has not only evolved to meet expectations of, of the continent and our shareholders, but also demonstrated agility and responsiveness to meet development challenges from COVID-19 response to the common pledges of the Arab Coordination Group on food security, climate change, and resilient infrastructure. Today is also a special day as we feel honored and grateful to His Excellency President of Ghana, the African Union champion of financial institution, who not only welcomed BADEA's anniversary and hosted it in beautiful city of Accra, but also aimed in elevating the partnership and coordination of financial institutions to support Africa. With His Excellency called to create Africa Arab Financial Consortium following the successful launch of the African Financial Institution Network last Friday, I can confirm that BADEA will spare no effort in ensuring this consortium succeeds in realizing the vision of Arab Africa financial institution collaboration and coordination for leveraging resources for the continent. I am also pleased to confirm BADEA stands ready to support and host the Secretariat for this initiative. Above all, I am grateful to the African Union Chair, His Excellency the Excellency Chairperson of Mauritania and His Excellency Chairperson of African Union Commission for honoring BADEA. Indeed, this is not new to African Union, which granted BADEA observer status a few years after its establishment and facilitated the successful journey of the evolution. As we stand today, BADEA's total commitment has amounted to 13 billion US dollars, but we realize that we need to do more. Together with your support and our shareholders' commitment, we will, inshallah. Thank you, and Meda Wasi. Thanks.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Fahad Al-Dosari, Chairman of the Board of Directors of BADEA. We shall now receive on the stage His Excellency Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group for his address on strategic partnerships. A round of applause.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana, and the champion of the African financial institutions, and thank you very much, sir, for all that you do for us in Africa in championing financial strength for our continent. Please give it up to the President. My dear brother, Your Excellency Musa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the Chairman of BADEA, Dr. Fahad Adosari, my dear brother, President of BADEA, my dear brother, Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, the President of AFRI Exim Bank, my dear brother, Benedict Orama, heads of financial institutions from across Africa, the head of Arab's financial institutions in particular, special recognition to the chair of the Arab Monetary Fund and the CEO of the Arab Development Fund, Your Excellency, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I see my big sister, the former chair of the African Union Commission, Dr. Welcome very much, Madam Zuma. Very nice to see you. I'm delighted to take part in the Golden Jubilee celebrations of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, under the banner BADEA Prosperity Partnership, 50 years of Africa-Arab cooperation. I'd like to express my gratitude to the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, the Chairman of BADEA, Dr. Aldosari, and my dear brother, Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, the President of Arab Bank for Development in Africa, for inviting me to join you this morning on this special occasion. I was delighted to have joined you on the 19th of May in Riyadh when you actually celebrated your 50th anniversary there. And so it's good to see you actually back here in Africa, where you are. This is your foothold. This is where you have all of your work, where you're having significant impacts. Please give it up to BADEA for all of what they do here. Since its establishment in 1973, BADEA has continued to be a strong force in advancing socioeconomic development of our continent, with membership from 43 African countries. It was very natural for us, therefore, as African Development Bank, to work very closely with BADEA on our 5 priorities: to light up and empower Africa, to feed Africa, to industrialize Africa, to integrate Africa, and to improve the quality of life of the people of Africa. Our strategic partnership with BADEA is bearing very good fruits. Since our most recent memorandum of understanding signed in 2017, we have worked together to co-finance projects worth $835 million in 9 countries to transform and uplift communities across 9 African countries, from Madagascar all the way to Sahel. In July of 2023, I had the honor of addressing all the leaders of the Gulf Cooperation Council together with Dr. Tah, as well as the president of the Islamic Development Bank, Dr. Al-Jazar. The goal was simple: to explore how to develop and to strengthen wider financial partnerships with Africa. As I noted in that engagement with the GCC, we need a structured and coordinated partnership that will pull all our financial resources together between Africa and the Arab region to address critical issues such as food security, energy transition, youth employment, and infrastructure development. Therefore, today marks a very significant beginning. The launch of the Arab Africa Financial Consortium will chart a new and bolder path for African-Arab economic and development partnership, while leveraging on opportunities for mutual growth between Africa and the Gulf countries. Investment by Gulf Cooperation Council in Africa has been expanding rapidly over the past 1 decade. In fact, over the past 1 decade, GCC countries have invested over $100 billion in Africa. In 2023, GCC countries announced 73 foreign direct investments of over $53 billion to Africa. And recently, the Arab Coordination Group planned to commit $50 billion in new investments towards Africa by 2030. I think we should give it up to them for all these investments towards our continent. The African Development Bank has a long-dated strategic partnership with several members of the GCC. With the Islamic Development Bank, we reached and exceeded our co-financing target of $2 billion this year. With the Arab Fund for Development in Africa, BADEA, our co-financing exceeds $835 million. With the OPEC Fund for International Development, our financing has been $742 million. And we also have great partnerships already signed with the Saudi Fund for Development. I wish to focus on 5 issues as we think about partnerships between our two regions. At the top of this is energy. Energy offers enormous opportunities for cooperation between the Gulf countries and Africa. Across GCC countries, significant investments are being made in renewable energy, especially solar, green hydrogen, for which enormous potential exists in Africa, which should be explored through joint investment partnerships. Gulf countries are investing heavily in energy, especially in renewable energy, green hydrogen, green ammonia, which can help Africa on its energy transition and support it through joint partnerships to support global net zero emissions. Right here, Mr. President, in Ghana, Qatari investors and Jenkins Africa Gas Project are making a $9 billion investment to develop gas reserves in 11 countries. In Mauritania, Emirates Mazda is investing in the development of 10 gigawatts of green hydrogen. In Egypt, UAE's Amir Power is investing in Egypt to produce 390,000 tons of green ammonia in Egypt. The African Development Bank's $20 billion Desert to Power initiative is one of the investment partnerships I would like us to focus on. It will focus on developing 10,000 megawatts of solar, provide electricity for 250 million people, and I think it offers huge potential for us to work together. And therefore, I'm delighted that we are partnering with Arab Financial Institution. The Islamic Development Bank is providing co-financing for Mali for what's called the Safo Solar, 50 megawatts, Kambila Solar, 40 megawatts. The OPEC Fund is co-financing $25 million for Niger, 10 megawatts Dosa Solar. BADEA, our close partner, is financing 21 million for Burkina Faso for electricity connections. Abu Dhabi Fund for Development and the African Development Bank also signed an MOU to advance the work of the Desert to Power. Second, Excellencies, is the need to unlock potential for Africa's green metals and the rare minerals. Africa holds deposits of global reserves of critical minerals, cobalt 79%, manganese 44%, graphite 21%, as well as lithium and copper that would drive the electric vehicle industry and battery energy storage system, whose value is going to reach $57 trillion by 2050. We should therefore explore opportunities for value creation in Africa through the development of green metals industrial value chains instead of the export of raw materials out of Africa. For example, the establishment of a 10,000 tons lithium ion battery precursor factory in Africa will be 3 times cheaper than in the United States, Poland, or in China. Third is the need for us to mobilize support for green infrastructure in Africa. And as you know, the African Development Bank established what's called the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, which is $10 billion to mobilize financing for green infrastructure. And we want to say that we were delighted, Mr. President, that at the G7 summit, the G7 leaders put in $150 million in support of this. And I think this offers a great opportunity between our two regions to support this. And I would like to particularly thank BADEA and its president for being one of the first to actually support this in Africa with $40 million. Thank you very much, my dear brother. Fourth is the need for us to invest in mutual food security. As you know, most Gulf countries have challenges with food security. With declining water, salinization, and also with climate change, is getting very, very, very difficult. And the approach that has always been used is actually just to buy land in every place and therefore produce the food and actually send it. Works in some cases. However, there's a lot of pushback on what is called the land grab issue. And therefore, we feel that the best way to do it is a structural partnership between our two regions in where we develop special agro-industrial processing zones. We invest in critical infrastructure, power, water, roads, logistics, to be able to unlock our potential for agriculture. Africa has 65% of all the uncultivable arable land left in the world. So what we do with agriculture will determine the future of food in the world. And therefore, we can be a solution through mutual partnership between Africa and the Gulf countries in doing that. And I want to say that we've already started that work of working together with the establishment of special agro-industrial processing zones. We put in $853 million. We mobilized more than $661 million from others, myself, my brother, Orama, and also ourselves, and also with Arise. We have set up a new partnership alliance of $3 billion to continue to develop this particular work. And I want to recognize in particular several Arab countries for financial institutions for their support. Islamic Development Bank is working with us in SAPZ, Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones in Nigeria with $150 million, 50 million euros for Senegal, 30 million euros for South Senegal. Arab Fund for Economic Development, BADEA, partnering with us in Ethiopia with $50 million for the Integrated Agro-Industrial Parks Project. OPEC Fund for International Development, partnering with us in North Cote d'Ivoire with $60 million. I would therefore like to use this opportunity to invite Gulf countries to join us on the Alliance for Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones for Africa. That can be in form of co-financing or in terms of setting up companies within these zones. Finally, fifth, I believe that we should deepen Arab-Africa financial partnerships around the African Investment Forum. Right here, we have the African financial institutions, and we all decided to put our hands together around like a baobab tree for Africa to accelerate investment. So from the African Development Bank, the Africa Export-Import Bank, the Africa Finance Corporation, Development Bank of Southern Africa, Trade and Development Bank, European Investment Bank, Islamic Development Bank, and of course, BADEA was there in the beginning, and they'll be joining us this year. So basically, it's our hands like this around a baobab tree to fast-track things. And I'd like to say that in the last 5 years, because of our collective work together, we've been able to attract over $180 billion of investment interest to Africa. So I am fully confident that as we structure the Arab and financial institutions partnership around this effort, we can deliver even more results. And therefore, I would like to welcome the Arab Coordination Group to also join us at the Africa Investment Forum for this year, which will be from the 4th to 6th of December in Rabat in Morocco. And I also like to urge that we pursue a structured and coordinated approach. So I look forward to seeing you at the Africa Investment Forum. I look forward to a very strong and impactful partnership between Arab and African financial institutions, which has actually been led by BADEA to help us get to this point. I'm sure we can unlock our co-prosperity between Africa and the Gulf countries. Together, let's make it happen. And once again, thank you, President Nana Akufo-Addo. Thank you, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la BAD, africaine de développement. J'aimerais à présent convier sur scène Son Excellence Moussa Faki, président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, pour son allocution.
Excellence, Monsieur Nana Akufo-Addo, président de la République du Ghana champion des institutions financières de l'Union africaine, Excellences, Messieurs les représentants des chefs d'État, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Excellences Docteur Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, ancienne présidente de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Excellences, Monsieur le Président des communautés économiques régionales, Monsieur Fahad Dassouri, président du conseil d'administration de la BADEA, Dr Akin Adesina, président de la Banque africaine de développement, Professeur Bénédicte Oroma, président CEO d'Afreximbank, Monsieur le Président des groupes de coordination arabe et l'Alliance des institutions africaines multilatérales, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. Permettez-moi d'abord d'avoir une pensée pieuse à la population de Khartoum. Khartoum qui est le siège de la BADEA, qui, comme vous le savez, depuis 15 mois, est à feu et à sang. Si Khartoum a été choisi il y a 50 ans pour abriter le siège de la BADEA, c'est parce qu'elle est la capitale afro-arabe par excellence. Je voudrais saisir cette occasion pour lancer un appel aux Soudanais d'arrêter la guerre et de revenir à la table des négociations. L'Union africaine a mis en place un mécanisme, dirigé d'ailleurs par un grand diplomate ghanéen, M. Mohamed Chambas, qui est présent ici, pour faciliter les négociations pour une solution politique, parce qu'il n'y a pas de solution militaire dans des crises comme celle qui traverse le Soudan. C'est avec un réel plaisir que je m'adresse à cette auguste assemblée réunie aujourd'hui pour célébrer avec fierté le 50e anniversaire de la BADEA. Je voudrais saisir cette opportunité pour exprimer mes sincères félicitations à mon frère, le directeur général de la BADEA, Sidi Ould Tah, pour son excellent leadership et pour l'organisation de cet important événement dans cette capitale symbole de l'intégration africaine, en même temps que la tenue de notre 6e sommet de coordination. Soyez remerciés, mon cher Sidi, pour l'invention de cette chorégraphie, réussie entre le lieu et le temps. Elle n'est pas sans rappeler une certaine musique poétique de votre pays, la Mauritanie, pays de 1000 poètes, qui offre une luxuriante richesse qui rajeunit tout le temps. En coopérant avec vous à l'organisation de cet événement, nous avons ensemble voulu exprimer notre attachement à la réalisation de l'idéal du partenariat afro-arabe. Ce partenariat dont les deux piliers unis par la volonté de construire un espace pacifié et prospère, représente aujourd'hui une force dynamique dans l'arène régionale et globale. Dans cet espace, la BADEA a été créée et dédiée pour être un support décisif et un facteur de renforcement de ce partenariat hautement stratégique et symbolique pour les peuples de deux régions. Qu'il me soit permis d'exprimer à cette occasion les vifs remerciements de la Commission de l'Union africaine au président Nana Akufo-Addo, président du Ghana et champion des institutions financières de l'Union, pour le rôle crucial qu'il joue dans notre quête noble des solutions idoines aux problèmes que rencontrent nos institutions financières panafricaines. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je ne suis pas venu aujourd'hui pour un même discours, j'en ferai un tout à l'heure, mais plutôt pour apporter un simple et modeste témoignage sur ce que j'ai moi-même observé lorsque dans d'autres fonctions que celle de la présidence de la Commission, j'ai eu à travailler avec la BADEA. Pour tout dire, la BADEA a été et demeure une efficace force financière dans l'histoire de la coopération économique et de développement entre les pays arabes et africains. Depuis sa création en 1974, la BADEA a joué un rôle crucial dans le financement des projets de développement en Afrique, contribuant ainsi à la réalisation de nombreux objectifs économiques et sociaux. La BADEA a non seulement facilité le financement des projets d'infrastructure, mais elle a aussi été un catalyseur pour le développement humain et institutionnel. Les investissements de la BADEA dans des domaines tels que l'éducation, la santé et l'agriculture ont eu un impact profond et durable sur la vie des millions d'Africains. Aujourd'hui, nous nous réunissons aussi pour célébrer le lancement d'un consortium entre le groupe de coordination arabe et l'Alliance des institutions africaines multilatérales qui marquera une nouvelle ère de coopération financière entre les deux régions. Je suis confiant que ce nouveau consortium tirera profit des synergies et complémentarités dans le domaine de cofinancement d'investissement relatifs au développement inclusif et au renforcement des capacités et promotion de l'intégration régionale entre les deux régions. Je voudrais aussi que vous insistiez sur le développement de la paix. L'Union africaine a revitalisé son fonds de la paix et je suis heureux de constater que le secteur privé africain s'est engagé et a commencé à contribuer au renforcement de ce fonds. Je voudrais féliciter la BAD, Afreximbank et les autres institutions financières africaines qui ont contribué et continuent à contribuer au renforcement de ces fonds de la paix. Je demande également à nos frères arabes, parce que la paix facilite l'investissement et le développement. La relation est bien connue. Je vous invite également à soutenir cet important fonds de la paix. Ainsi, le lancement du nouveau consortium offrira-t-il certainement des opportunités financières et stratégiques auxquelles nous apporterons tout notre soutien. Nous appelons nos États membres et toutes les parties prenantes à s'engager dans la même direction. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je ne saurais conclure ce bref témoignage sans nous interpeller tous et particulièrement les institutions financières africaines ayant déjà pignon sur rue d'être plus résolues, plus pragmatiques, plus agressives dans leur contribution à nos efforts pour sortir des limbes les autres institutions continentales qui attendent depuis fort longtemps leur jour de gloire. Vous vous en doutez, je parle de l'opérationnalisation des institutions financières de l'Union africaine, à savoir la Banque centrale africaine, la Banque d'investissement, le Fonds monétaire africain et la Bourse panafricaine des valeurs mobilières. Vivement le jour de signature et de ratification des instruments juridiques nécessaires pour leur entrée en vigueur. Puisse cet événement constituer le point de départ d'une nouvelle conscience de cet impératif. Après tout, Accra a toujours été, en un certain sens, le berceau de la conscience africaine. Je ne doute pas que dans sa tombe, le docteur Kwame Nkrumah continue de nous y convier en implorant ses mages en faveur de l'émergence tant espérée des institutions financières africaines. Je vous remercie et souhaite un éclatant succès à la célébration du cinquantenaire de la BADEA. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président de la Commission de l'Union africaine. I would like to recognize His Excellency Albert Muchanga, African Union Commission for Trade. I would also like to recognize members of the Alliance of the African Multilateral Financial Institutions and the Arab Coordination Group. His steps are quick and light. His words are mellifluous and wise. Nana Asase, the writer king who sips communion wine from the calabash. Ladies and gentlemen, Nana Asase.
He says to greet my fathers in the morning and not to neglect my mothers. And so, my fathers and my mothers, I greet you all. My clansmen and my kinsmen, I greet you all. You're welcome to the place where miracles are a daily occurrence. And your seat is not a coincidence. Your seat was meant for you. When a child is called before his elders, he dare not name names or call titles, lest he misses one and be made to pay a fine. And so to every man and woman they are due. I ask for audience. When it is granted, I shall speak. Otherwise, today, I have the benefit of sitting and listening to the revered minds of Africa and the rest of the world that has gathered in this house. Do I have audience? Do I have permission? Then I shall deliver my word. Your Excellencies, what a beautiful day to be alive. What a standstill moment in history to witness. And what an August event to have in July. It simply tells us that finally we have struck gold. Enough gold to make many golden lamps. But when we rub them, we do not expect magical creatures to emerge. When we rub them, we expect that our fathers and mothers in the front rows emerge, for indeed they are the great minds that continue to shape our worlds. Today it is beautiful to see that the forest and the desert have been woven into a beautiful dance. And I, a child born 14 years later, enjoyed so much benefits who did not know. Now today stands to say, I did not come to clap my hands. I came to pour libation. Not of drink, not of water, but I came to pour it not to whoever might have traveled across the fence to learn from their neighbors, for we have invoked our ancestors so many times they hardly have time to rest. I came to pour it at your feet, leaders who have held the baton passed on from 50 years before and who are yet to hand a beautiful future over to people who have yet to enter the economics of time. My words are heavy. Our dreams are heavier. But it is beautiful to see. We left those banks 50 years ago, but today we stop to count the little successes we have chalked and the impact we have made in so many lives. And then look forward and tell ourselves that the road ahead is longer than the one we have left behind, and so we will not relent in our efforts. Congratulations, BADEA. 50 years is no mean feat. 50 years simply says that the wealth you have is not stashed in vaults, but is stashed in the great minds and hearts of Africa and the Arab world. Dreams are the preserve of the chosen. And so those who dream and wake up and lend feet to their dreams are supposed to be celebrated, not celebrated in mere word, for we did not come to count simple statistics. We came to show evidence of impact. We came to chalk our little successes and count them, beat our chest for ourselves, and we also came to have beautiful conversations that will take us a longer journey. 50 years from now, when most of us will not be here, the future will look back like that bird we call Sankofa, go back and take. For the ends of old ropes are where new ones are woven. And so, when we wrap those beautiful golden lamps, we pay homage to our fathers who laid strong foundations for us to have. When we wrap those golden lamps, we pay homage to you now who continue to hold the front lines. When we rub our golden lamps, we pray for the future, that beautiful thing that you are building now. Once it goes through the fire, people cannot see the beauty. But indeed, when it is laid out in state, we have learned. If you want to go far, go alone. However, if you want to go fast, go far, and really reach an oasis of rest, go together. And so, Africa and the Arab world has so many stories to tell. We have so much in our music to share. I trap all of them in these beautiful gourds and the wood of the jili. Listen to the beautiful music so that when you sit down and you want to count the statistics, remember all the beautiful places you came from to meet at the center. It is no wonder they call this place the Gold Coast. And so it is only fit that when we have gold, we sit here. and count it. Is it not? Is it not? Is it not? And so a good matter is short. And the one who hosts all of it also has a say. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly lend me your ears. Leadership. Leadership is born from great wombs which do not have any labels on them. But you see, it is no wonder that the jaguar meets the elephant. And after a wrestling match, the elephant goes home to complain of joint pains. And so when the elephant meets the jaguar, he calls him the son of the jaguar and the grandson of the elephant. This is a heavy matter. Makra, creature mansa, and only abuasuno dia from farm. Abuasuno ko fie ko kan reading mu no kre. Into shia creature mansa. O shia wa. Fre wetwie nana. Osan so ji wosono ba. Ghana ye krado. Wiase ye krado. Asempani ye de baye. We have received visitors and they are not strangers. We are simply here to count our profits. And we say it is only fit that the AU Financial Institutions champion, who is the father of this house and hosts all of it, let's offer a word. Makra, uma umusua, mu, ututu naisua, yaje tata, uba bidrua, yesi waba bidru, nti yebeji ubedru, nana, ado, jankwa, Akufo-Addo. And so after my father has spoken, congratulations on another golden stretch of 50. Thank you.
The AU Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and the AU Commissioner for Trade, Finance, Economy, and Mining, Ghana's Minister for Finance, and Member of Parliament for Karaga, and Ministers of State from sister African and Arab countries, especially my former colleague as Foreign Minister, South Africa's Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the President of the African Development Bank, the President of the Afro-Exim Bank, Governor of the Bank of Ghana and heads of other financial institutions, the Chairman and members of the Board of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, the President of BADEA, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates, fellow Africans, ladies and gentlemen. I would like at the outset to add my voice to that of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, in calling for negotiations between the warring parties and the restoration of peace to Sudan, and for support for the work of the AU facilitator, the outstanding Ghanaian diplomat, Dr. Mohamed Ibn Chambers. On behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Ghana, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to Accra, the vibrant capital of our country. We are proud to host this event, the 50th anniversary of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, which underscores Ghana's seminal part in the growth and development of the financial services sector in Africa. Your presence here is a testament to the importance of our cooperation and a recognition of Ghana's contribution to the economic development of the African continent. Akwaba is our word of welcome. This landmark occasion is not just a celebration of an institution, but also an acknowledgement of the strong partnership and shared prosperity between Africa and the Arab world. Over the past 5 decades, BADEA has been a beacon of hope, a catalyst for development, and a symbol of the enduring bond between our two regions. Since its inception in 1974, BADEA has been instrumental in fostering economic development and cooperation between African and Arab countries. It has played a pivotal role in financing and supporting numerous projects across the African continent, from infrastructure development to healthcare, education, and agriculture. These projects have not only contributed to the socio-economic development of our nations and continent, but have also strengthened the ties between Africa and the Arab world. BADEA's commitment to Africa's development is evident in its track record. Over the past 50 years, it has financed over 700 projects in more than 44 African countries, with a total value exceeding $6 billion United States dollars. These projects have created jobs, improved living standards, and spurred economic growth across the continent. They've also enhanced our capacity to tackle pressing challenges such as poverty, inequality, and climate change. The theme of this anniversary, BADEA Prosperity Partnership, 50 years of Africa-Arab cooperation, is both timely and appropriate. It underscores the importance of collaboration and partnership in achieving sustainable development and mutual prosperity. The African and Arab regions share a long history of cultural, economic, and political ties. Our cooperation through BADEA has been a cornerstone of this relationship, and it has yielded remarkable results. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this milestone, it is crucial to reflect on the lessons learned and the achievements made, and to chart a course for the future. The challenges we face today are complex and multifaceted, ranging from economic uncertainties and geopolitical tensions to the impacts of climate change and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. To address these challenges effectively, we must continue to strengthen our partnership and leverage our collective strengths. One of the key pillars of our partnership must be investment in our human capital. Education and skills development are essential in unlocking the potential of our people and driving sustainable economic growth. BADEA has made significant contributions in this area, supporting numerous education and training programs across Africa. However, there is still much work to be done. We must redouble our efforts to ensure that every child in Africa and the Arab world has access to quality education. We must also invest in vocational training and higher education to equip our young people with the skills they need to thrive in the economy of the 21st century. By investing in human capital, we can create a more inclusive and prosperous future for all our citizens. Infrastructure development is another critical area where our partnership can make a considerable impact. Reliable infrastructure is the backbone of economic development, facilitating trade, investment, and connectivity. BADEA has been at the forefront of financing infrastructure projects in Africa, from roads and bridges to power plants and water supply systems. As we look to the future, we must continue to prioritize infrastructure development with a focus on sustainable and reliable solutions. This includes investing in renewable energy, modern transportation networks, and digital infrastructure. By doing so, we can enhance our economic competitiveness, improve the quality of life for our people, and contribute to global efforts to combat climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, trade and investment are vital drivers of economic growth and development. The Africa-Arab Partnership has tremendous potential to boost trade and investment flows between our regions. BADEA has played a key role in facilitating trade and investment through its various programs and initiatives. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AAFC agreement, which seeks to group in a single market 54 countries with a combined GDP of some 3.5 trillion United States dollars, and whose secretariat Ghana is honored to host, provides a powerful vehicle for achieving this objective. To reach this goal, we must work together to remove barriers to trade, improve market access, and create an enabling environment for investment. This includes harmonizing regulations, enhancing infrastructure connectivity, and promoting regional integration. By constructing a vibrant and dynamic trade and investment ecosystem, we can create jobs, spur innovation, and drive economic growth. Empowering women and youth is necessary for attaining sustainable development and inclusive growth. Women and young people are the backbone of our societies, and their active participation is crucial for our progress. It is gratifying to note that BADEA has supported various initiatives aimed at empowering women and youth, from microfinance programs to entrepreneurship training. However, there is still a significant gender gap and high youth employment in many of our countries. We must take bold and decisive actions to address these issues. This includes promoting gender equality, supporting women-owned businesses, and creating opportunities for young people to gain meaningful employment and self-employment. By empowering women and youth, we can build more resilient and prosperous societies. As we celebrate 50 years of Africa-Arab cooperation through BADEA, let us reaffirm our commitment to this vital partnership. Let us build on the successes of the past and work together to address the challenges of the future. Let us strive to create a more prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable future for all our peoples. I call on all stakeholders, governments, private sector, civil society, and international organizations to join hands in this endeavor. Let us harness our collective strengths, leverage our shared values, and work towards a common vision of prosperity and development. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, BADEA's 50th anniversary represents a memorable occasion that reminds us of the power of partnership and cooperation. It is a celebration of our shared achievements and an illustration of the inextricable link between Africa and the Arab world. Let us continue to build on this legacy and work together to create a brighter and more prosperous future for all. Congratulations once again to BADEA on this remarkable milestone. May our partnership continue to thrive and bring prosperity to our regions for many years to come. And may God continue to bless BADEA. I thank you for your attention.
He is a champion for African financial institutions, and under his leadership, Africa has broken into a new frontier in the financial ecosystem. Excellencies, honorable ministers, a round of applause for the brilliant and hard work put into the creation of this new frontier by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We shall now call all those on the high table to come and join the President of the Republic of Ghana for a photograph. This event is being streamed live on CNBC Africa, Facebook, and on TV and radio stations across the country and across Africa. We would also like to recognize the presence of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nigeria, Honorable Yusuf Tugar, who is representing the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It is time now for the signing of the partnership agreements to accelerate sustainable development. This will be done by the Africa Export Competitiveness Report on the back of the Africa Export Competitiveness Report, and it shall be done between BADEA and ACBF. ACBF is the African Capacity Building Foundation. Shall we all be seated for the signing of the partnership agreements to accelerate sustainable development in Africa? Shall we call to the stage His Excellency President Sidi Ould Tah of BADEA and representative of the African Capacity Building Foundation, Mamadou Biteye, Executive Secretary, for the signing ceremony. Shall we now have on the stage for the signing ceremony His Excellency President Sidi Ould Tah of BADEA, and Mamadou Biteye, Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building Foundation. I would also like to recognize the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Rwanda, who is representing the President of Rwanda, His Excellency Kagame Paul of Rwanda. The ambassador is Olivier Induhengire. May we please be seated? May we please be seated? This is a live broadcast on TV. Please, let's be seated. Shall we now invite to the podium Dr. Fatima El Sheikh, Secretary General of the Arab Bank for African Development.
Thank you so much, our wonderful MC, Prince Moses. Good morning, everybody. If we can just have your attention for a few minutes. Excellency, Dr. Fahad, Excellency, Dr. Sidi, Excellency, Mr. Mamadou. Hello, Excellencies. You're supposed to be speaking about the report. Okay. I think because people are trying to move towards the delegation invitee towards the opening of the African Union official session. So we are having a bit of resettlement of the agenda. I thank you so much for understanding, and we will resume in a bit of in few minutes. Thank you.
The program continues. We shall now invite to the podium Her Excellency Mrs. Nadas Bekele Thomas, CEO of the African Union Development Agency and NEPAD. Her Excellency Mrs. Nadas Bekele Thomas, CEO of the African Union Development Agency and NEPAD, is accompanied by His Excellency President of BADEA, Sidi Ould Tah.
Africa is home to 100 million micro, small, and medium enterprises, driving our economies with innovation and resilience, moving us closer to the Africa we want. These enterprises collectively create more than 350 million jobs across vital sectors such as agribusiness, transportation, manufacturing, or ICT, with over 60% led by women and youth. Since 2020, AUDA NEPAD, in collaboration with BADEA, USAID, and partners, has been empowering these enterprises under the 100 Million MSMEs initiative. 3 million enterprises received access to cutting-edge programs, 80,000 entrepreneurs secured financing, and 100 African CEOs were trained in the Stanford Seed program. Building on these successes, BADEA is spearheading AUDA NEPAD's Energize Africa flagship initiative for scaling up. Through Energize Africa, AUDA NEPAD and BADEA are putting youth at the center of Africa's development, harnessing the youth's innovativeness to boost private sector development, enhance public institutions, and accelerate Africa's innovation ecosystems. At the regional level, AUDA NEPAD and BADEA are championing the groundbreaking Africa Team Partnership. Africa Team coordinates and integrates 300 high-impact programs of regional economic communities worth $500 billion ready for investment. Africa Team is a game changer to accelerate regional integration and cooperation, crucial to achieve Africa's ambitions under Agenda 2063. The regional investment programs aim to advance cross-border trade through infrastructure development, transform Africa's food systems and ensure climate resilience, empower Africa's youth through Energize Africa initiatives, accelerate Africa's digital transformation, strengthen Africa's health systems, and promote peace, security, and development. Africa team is pivotal in bridging the estimated $3 trillion financing gap to attain Agenda 2063's second 10-year implementation plan. This will also foster Africa's financial integration, paving the way for strong financial institutions. Our partnership with BADEA has been transformative, impacting the lives of Africa's people. It is a reaffirmation of our commitment to realizing the African dream of unlimited opportunities and prosperity for all. The Africa we want.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Could you please take your seats? Good morning. Please take your seats so that we can resume. My dear sister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the former chair of the African Union, who is always supportive and plays a pivotal role in an advisory capacity to us and to everybody here. And I'm so glad that you're here and that you are gracing this occasion. Colleagues from the REX, the Secretary Generals and the Executive Secretaries, the President of the African Business Council, and all other private sector captains and leaders, leaders from the financial institutions, colleagues from the AU. I see my APRM colleague that is sitting there. Yeah, this was supposed to be part of the opening thing, but given the time frame and given the fact that we had to start the summit, the leaders have gone, but we have at least the critical number of technical people with whom we work. At the onset, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate BADEA on 50 years of excellence in fostering Africa-Arab cooperation. Over the past 5 decades, BADEA has been pivotal in supporting transformative initiatives across Africa. Congratulations, Mr. President. As our NEPAD, we are particularly proud of the partnership we have with BADEA on what we call the 100 million MSMEs, which has yielded really concrete results since 2021. Our partnership has provided support to more than 3 million MSMEs, as you saw in the video, facilitated financing on 11 countries, reached over 80,000 entrepreneurs in 21 countries. We have also facilitated the participation of more than 100 African CEOs in the Stanford Seed Training and provided data-driven coaching to more than 1,000 MSMEs founders. This just in a year and a half. As we move forward, we have agreed, BADEA and our NEPAD, to deepen our collaboration, particularly through the significant expansion of BADEA's investment, including our flagship program, Energize Africa. The Energize Africa initiative is, as you know, designed to tap into the vibrancy and innovativeness of Africa's youthful population. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I have the greatest pleasure to announce that we, the 8 regional economic commissions or communities, 8 regional communities in Africa, the AUDA NEPAD, AFCFTA, Africa CDC have constituted what we call the Africa Team. We have created an alliance to deliver to Africa as one through a coordinated approach. We call ourselves, as I said, the Africa Team. In line with this August events theme, 50 years of Africa-Arab coordination, and on behalf of the entire Africa team, we extend our gratitude to the president of BADEA for championing the Africa Team Joint Program and resource mobilization. Please clap. Thank you, Mr. President. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the instrumental leadership of the heads of the REX in driving this initiative to ensure that we utilize one common plan, one accountability framework to streamline our efforts and resources efficiently, ensuring impactful and sustainable development outcomes. Thank you, Excellencies. Your dedication and leadership fuel our progress and inspire continued collaboration and innovation, paving the way for a prosperous future for all of Africa. Together, we are building a legacy of development and cooperation that will resonate for generations to come. We also call upon the private sector, all financial institutions, and our other development partners worldwide to follow suit and invest in our results-driven, knowledge-based programs and projects as encapsulated in the Africa Team thematic areas, which we have aligned to the second 10-year implementation plan of Vision 2063. From digital transformation to infrastructure development, strengthening and building resilient health systems, harnessing agricultural potential, and integrating peace, security, and development to foster sustainable development in post-conflict African states, we all have a critical role to play in driving Africa's development. Let's join Team Africa and let's deliver as one. Together, we can overcome obstacles and achieve our ambitious goals. Let's work together again to create a prosperous future for all Africans. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your collaboration and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will stand on existing protocol, and I would like to express BADEA's we are proud of our partnership with AUDA and NEPAD, and also with all the AU institutions, and we commit to support the One Africa team and to work hand in hand with all of your institutions to deliver for the interest of Africans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President, His Excellency, the President of BADEA, Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, and Her Excellency Mrs. Nados Bekele Thomas, CEO, AUDA NEPAD. It's now time for our rotating panel. We shall invite to the stage again His Excellency Dr. Sidi Ould Tah and moderator Dr. Fatima El Sheikh, Secretary General of BADEA. A round of applause.
Excellency, Dr. Sidi, Excellencies, ambassadors, government official, diplomatic community, partners from the Arab Coordination Group, a very good morning to everybody. I hope you're having a fruitful morning that is full of prosperity for Africa. Allow me to welcome you to the second part of the opening session, where we're having a rotating panel. We will listen to different testimonies and statements from partners to BADEA, partners to the continent, partners to Africa. So allow me to start by inviting His Excellency, Mr. Sultan Al-Murshid, the CEO of the Saudi Fund, to the stage together with Dr. Sidi. Please, Your Excellency. Excellency, Dr. Sidi, and Excellency, Mr. Sultan, I know that BADEA and the Saudi Fund had many cooperation opportunities in the continent. I'd like to hear from you, Mr. Sultan, in the upfront about the Saudi Fund, its orientation to the continent, the future of Africa that we want, and where do you see the new engagement between Saudi Fund and Africa, and between Saudi Fund and BADEA as two members of the Arab Coordination Group? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatima. And thank you very much, my brother, Sidi Ould Tah, the General Director of BADEA. First of all, I would like to thank BADEA for inviting me for this important event, 50 years anniversary, in this beautiful country of Republic of Ghana, representing the Saudi Fund for Development. Actually, the Saudi Fund for Development started its development partnership with the African continent since 1975. Since then, we have financed more than 500 infrastructure projects with amount of around 15 billion US dollar in 47 African countries. We are very proud that we are a strategic development partner for the African country, and we will continue to do so. Last year, in the margin of the Saudi African Summit in Riyadh, we have signed 14 loan agreements to finance 14 infrastructure projects in Africa. And there is a very important announcement by His Royal Highness Crown Prince, Prime Minister Prince Mohammed bin Salman, 5 billion US dollar for infrastructure projects toward the African continent until 2030 through the Saudi Fund for Development. So our partnership with the African continent will continue, and we will be a trustable development partner for the African country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Excellency Dr. Sidi. Before you rotate to the second partner, BADEA, and there is no sequence or hierarchy in this rotating panel. I hope we are forgiven for that. Can you share with us some of the key notes on the partnership between Saudi Fund and BADEA, and how do you do around leveraging the new consortium towards that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. As you know, Saudi Fund for Development has been a partner to BADEA from day one. And as you know, Saudi Arabia is a major shareholder in BADEA. And we have been working together in many projects across the 44 African countries we operate in. And whenever the BADEA is financing a project, the Saudi Fund was always there to support and to provide additional funding at a very highly concessional rates. And we are really proud of this partnership, and we look forward to scale up this partnership based on the commitment made by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed during the Africa-Saudi Summit, the 5 billion, but also the commitment made by Arab Coordination Group of 50 billion during the Riyadh Economic Conference. So we are quite optimistic about the future of our partnership with the Saudi Fund, and Saudi Fund is a key partner for BADEA, and we together will continue to impact development in Africa.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Excellencies. I'll ask Dr. Sidi to remain seated, and I would like to ask the team to deliver a very renounced message from His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Talal bin Abdulaziz, the chairman of the AG Fund. Please play the video message.
President Ahmed bin Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union. President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana and AU Financial Institutions Champion. Chairperson Mr. Musa Faqi Mohammed of the African Union Commission. Distinguished Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a distinct honor to address this esteemed assembly, marking the significant achievements of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, in fostering Africa-Arab cooperation. I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation for BADEA's exceptional accomplishments over the past 50 years, significantly enhancing the lives of millions across the African continent. I wholeheartedly endorse His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo's initiative to establish the Africa-Arab Financial Institution Consortium. Congratulations, Your Excellency, for spearheading this groundbreaking partnership aimed at fostering future cooperation and development. I am confident that enhanced coordination among consortium members will amplify our collective impact. This initiative signifies a renewed commitment to resource mobilization and alignment of our efforts, propelling the achievements of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in Africa and globally. AgFund is proud to join this consortium, committing to support projects that align with and accelerate our initiatives in digital financial inclusion and blended higher education. AgFund is dedicated to enhancing the well-being of underprivileged populations through financial inclusion. We have established 9 financial inclusion banks in 9 countries, providing essential financial services that improve living conditions, increase incomes, and enhance the dignity and prosperity of our clients. I am proud to report that these banks have benefited 7 million individuals. Moreover, AgFund has founded the Arab Open University, operating in 9 countries, in collaboration with the Open University in the United Kingdom. We deliver affordable, accessible, and sustainable quality blended higher education. To date, the university has served over 400,000 students. In collaboration with strategic partners like BADEA, we are prepared to extend these initiatives throughout Africa. I am particularly proud of the AgFund BADEA and Afro Champions Digital and Green Skills Initiative, which aims to equip our youth with the necessary skills to succeed in the expanding digital and green economies, crucial for our shared future. As we convene for these vital development discussions, let us reaffirm our commitment to collaborate with BADEA and other Arab and African financial institutions within this consortium. Together, we strive towards a united, prosperous, and resilient Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellency Dr. Sidi, a few words from you on the partnership with AgFund. Mohammed, if you can stay, please. I am also pleased to introduce Mr. Mohammed Sulaim, the operation manager for AgFund. Please, Dr. Sidi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. ACFund is of our key partners, and both BADEA and ACFund have been working together for decades. And particularly, we are working together in the financial inclusion space, but also in women empowerment and youth employment. Okay. So ACFund had taken very bold initiatives to support Africa, and we are currently working with ACFund and Afro Champion to develop a digital solution for financial inclusion in Africa, but also to help the youth in Africa to reap the benefit of the green economy and also the digital economy. We are quite optimistic about the future of this partnership, which has been there for decades and has been very successful in many projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's well evident that Africa requires additional funding to cover the gap for the SDGs. It's estimated that 400 billion is required from now until the 2030 agenda end signal. I think this cannot be covered by the public sector, and everybody will agree with us on that. There is a critical role for private sector to play in that sphere. It gives me a great honor and pleasure to invite to the stage one of the renowned African investors, African businessmen, Mr. Wali Tenabo. Can I invite you to the stage? You're welcome, Mr. Wali. And we would like to hear your perspective about investing in Africa, inviting other partners to invest in Africa, and the future of the Africa and Arab Consortium in terms of the private sector partnership and collaboration. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Wali.
Thank you very much. I must say, Ghana must be, there's something special about Ghana. I think last time we were here, we were celebrating the African Free Trade Zone Act and the activities that were going on. And now we're back here celebrating the Arab Africa Finance Consortium. And these two things are actually quite significant. And one of the things we look forward to as private investors and from the private sector is to see the African Free Trade Zone initiatives being driven by the Arab African Finance Consortium. Earlier on, when I made some remarks at that conference, I said there were key things we could do, which is for the visas, granting of visas for businessmen to be able to go around the world, go around Africa. We have 54 countries. It's easier for a foreigner with an EU passport or American passport to travel around. I need a visa to go to Egypt. I need a visa to go to South Africa. We talked about the free movement of goods and services, the ports, improving the ports, improving freedom of movement of goods by simplifying port processes. It takes 3 weeks to clear a container in a typical African port. It's 24 hours in Asia. And we're not going to get goods and services across our continent and improve the quality of intra-African trade without the support. I think it will be something which the Arab African Consortium can focus on to invest heavily in the systems and processes that will enable goods and services move around the country, and in so doing, retain quite a substantial amount of wealth within the country. Similarly, we mentioned the issue to do with payment systems like PAPs to ensure that we have 54 different currencies in the continent. SMEs can't trade actively because the cost of trading is so expensive. And so if we can support and finance a common system of payment across the continent, so I don't have to go from Naira to dollars and then from dollars to CDs to come and spend to buy goods and services in here, it'll be a big plus. Clearly, infrastructure would be something we're looking forward to seeing the railways, linking the roads You're already doing a good job of that in other countries. It'd be really good to see an element of focus, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, where there's a dearth of transportation links, but a substantial leakage of goods where we are importing goods from Europe, which we could be buying from other African countries locally. Then I wouldn't be selfish. I'll talk about energy security and the business I'm in. The oil and gas industry, particularly the gas industry, is a transition fuel. We know that there's a big movement towards net zero in the world, but the Europeans have stopped funding the oil and gas community in Africa. We do need the Arab Africa Consortium, and a majority of the Arab countries have actually made their wealth from the hydrocarbon industry anyway. We need them to step in to support us. There's an incredible amount of resources left untapped in Africa. Ghana has a substantial amount of resources. Nigeria, Mozambique, Angola, Congo. We have 12% of the world's reserves located in the continent. And in Nigeria, we have seen local indigenous players go from zero to exporting over 350,000 barrels a day of crude and gas, and giving a substantial amount of wealth, indigenized wealth in society, in the country that stays in and doesn't get exported. So it's clearly an area which we would like to see the bank participate. Then health, education. Nigeria just launched the student loan schemes, and I was very happy to hear that the Saudis have already started financing open universities. It's an area which we think that the Arab African Consortium would do quite well in. And of course, finally, agriculture, food security. There's a substantial amount of products and services. Nigeria recently has just allowed imports to occur because of to try and bring down prices. And we do know that there is a substantial amount of food in excess available within Africa. But unfortunately, we're going to end up importing food from Europe once again, whereas we could be doing it from other African countries. So processing would be also a key area. I think those would be my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wali. I think there is nobody who know it better than the people who manage to do it, succeed, and nail it. Thank you so much for being one of the African leaders in business, creating jobs and generating livelihood across the continent. We really appreciate your presence. Dr. Sidi, I'll turn to you. And with the opportunity of BADEA, private sector and trade, growing financing out of the overall bank commitment, what is your key message vis-a-vis private sector and trade across the continent? The floor is yours, Dr. Sidi.
In fact, the bank historically has been mainly working with government, but over time, the bank shifted also its operation to support private sector. And over the past few years, we devised a special program to support the private sector in Africa. And in conjunction with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the bank has set up a new facility, which is called the Africa Trade Facility, which is meant to support cross-border trade among African countries. And on the payment system, the bank has been working with both Afrexim Bank and the Arab Monetary Fund to develop a link between the two systems, the PAPS, which is developed by Afrexim Bank, and BUNA, which is developed by the Arab Monetary Fund. The Secretariat of the AAFC FTA to develop programs of capacity building to strengthen the capacities of all entities involved in trade and trade-related activities in Africa. More importantly, we have recently also partnered with Afro Champion to develop a special program for is that we are currently working on the 9th five-year plan of BADEA, and this will cover the period 2025-2029. And that plan will give higher priority to private sector and trade. So we'll allocate more resources for private sector program and projects, and also for trade operation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sidi. May I invite to the stage Mr. Rene Awambe, If you can share with us some of the highlights about what is the future prospect vis-a-vis the Arab-Africa cooperation. Please, Mr. Rene. Mr. Rene, floor is yours.
First of all, congratulations on your 50th anniversary, Dr. Sidi, for the great job you are doing on the continent. The continent presents a significant opportunity for Arab investment. And I think we are seeing a change, a trend where the Arab and Gulf countries are now playing a more significant role in investments in Africa, be they in infrastructure, in financial services, in mining, or even in commodities. The Arab-Africa Trade Bridge is a very important platform that will facilitate these flows of um, investments and foreign direct investments from the Arab countries into Africa. The UAE and Gulf countries in 2024 have actually surpassed Europe, USA, and China as major investors in the African continent. And that is why we have established Premier Invest in the UAE to tap into this pool of resources to be able to invest in Africa infrastructure projects.
As you know, BADEA is committed to support investment flows from Arab region to Africa. And in this regard, we are working on a program to set up a fund which will support equity participation from the Arab region to project in Africa, particularly to transformative projects in agricultural value chain, in mining, in infrastructure, in housing, but also in industrial zone.
You are very correct. I think BADEA and the platform that the Arab-Africa Trade Bridge presents will attract a lot of capital from the Gulf states and all the public and private sectors to support not only equity participations, but debt into projects in Africa. We've seen, for example, in Zambia recently, where a UAE company has acquired a very large asset for more than $1 billion in the beginning of this year. We believe that BADEA and its partners will contribute not only through equity instruments, but also through guarantee programs to be able to support these kind of investments. There is a perception, there's a risk perception of the continent by major investors. So this requires guarantee instruments to be able to secure some of these equity or debt investments that these investors will partner to come into the African continent.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rene, founder and managing partner of Premier Invest, a private equity fund based in Dubai. Again, a partner that is working in the private sector sphere. Allow me to remain in the trade sphere, but from a different angle. Thank you so much, Mr. Rene. Excellency Mamadou Biate, the CEO of the Africa Capacity Building Institution, a dear friend and a partner to BADEA. Allow me to invite you to the stage. I think our partnership span quite extensive. It's a future. It's a prospect of new era of partnership. I understand there was a very interesting report that was developed about the continent. As they say, Africa is a potential opportunity for any investor, for any trader, for future integration. So would like to hear from you on that interesting report. And we will encourage everybody to look at the report. They are digital copies. We're protecting the environment in your packages. So please, Mr. Mamadou, the floor is yours. And thank you so much for being a good partner of BADEA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I take this opportunity to congratulate BADEA and his president, my brother Sidi Ould Tah, on the 50th anniversary. I should say that the partnership between BADEA and the African Capacity Building Foundation has been long-standing. There have been a number of projects that we have together, all geared towards building the capacity of entrepreneurs with a special focus on women and youth. BADEA's commitment to really supporting the Africa's youth and women entrepreneurs is a big commitment. But our partnership is not just about that. It's multifaceted. It's also about knowledge generation and knowledge dissemination, because we recognize that acquisition of knowledge is also part of capacity building. So this is why we have also partnered Africa Export Competitiveness Report for the 2023, the first edition. And you should have this in the bags on your table. So this is a major contribution to supporting the AAFC FTA. It's a report that analyzes 30 countries, African countries, and looking at their export competitiveness or export capability. And it analyzes that in several dimensions. One is the enabling environment, the environmental readiness, which looks at your policies, regulations, incentive systems, etc., everything that enables export. It also analyzes infrastructure readiness, looking at the ports, the transportation, but also the soft infrastructure, your digital capability, payment capabilities, and all of that. And it looks at also private sector readiness. What is the capacity of the private sector to do also export? So it's a powerful tool for policymakers, for investors, but also for private sector entities themselves to fill in the gaps. And this report, with the commitment of BADEA next year, is also going to look from 30 to 55 African countries. So we are very grateful for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Sidi, any remarks from BADEA, please?
So BADEA has been working with AFCB, ACBF for many years, and we are really proud to have this new step in our partnership, which is the release of the report on Africa Export Competitiveness Report. And this is the first time this report is produced. And BADEA commit also to be regularly supporting the release of this report. And we are really very glad of what we have been able to achieve with ACBF. And we look forward to a very strong partnership for the year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, people who are joining us from beautiful Accra, people who are joining us over the live streaming in different platforms and channels, allow me to share with you the call for the Arab Africa Financial Institution Consortium. In the historical moment of celebrating and commemorating BADEA 50th anniversary. We are very pleased to hear the call of His Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, President Nana, the champion of the African Union for Financial Institution, recognizing the need for augmented efforts and mobilizing resources for sustainable development in the continent, reinforcing the historical cooperation and the collaboration between Arab and Africa, realigning the strategic partnership towards the ambition of the Africa we want. We are very pleased to celebrate and commemorate BADEA 50th anniversary with our partners, a journey that would have not been successful without committed partners, without dedicated shareholders, and without the regional integration between the Arab and Africa for a prosperity we want to celebrate and cherish. BADEA remains to be committed for the future development in Africa, remains to be committed for achieving the Sustainable Development Goal and the vision of the African Union Agenda 2063. And I am very pleased that we are honored and partnered by leaders of the African Union today in this special occasion. Thank you so much for joining us. But before we conclude, allow me to thank our main partners for organizing this beautiful celebration for BADEA anniversary, Africa Prosperity Network. Please join me for giving them a very big round of applause. Mr. Gabi, the chairman of the Africa Prosperity Network, thank you so much for making the dream of launching the consortium and responding to the call of the aspiration of His Excellency through. Thank you so much, and we look forward to the future meetings and future engagement, making sure that the consortium is not only a commitment, is not only a pledge, it's actual funding that is reaching households in Africa, alleviating people out of poverty, making sure that we have the Africa we want. Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Dr. Sidi. Thank you, Mr. Mamadou.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatima El Sheikh, General Secretary of BADEA. On that note, I would also like to invite you all to the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2025, which takes place in January. The theme for January's event has been informed by discussions between the Africa Prosperity Network, the AFDB, Afro-Exim Bank, and BADEA's focus on infrastructure as a crucial element for African prosperity. You will have more information if you log on to the website for the Africa Prosperity Network. Now, next is an award ceremony from Afro champions BADEA and Alda Nepad. It is the Sankore Legend Award for African Integration. July is African Integration Month, and yesterday, Alda Nepad, Afro champions, and the AU, in partnership with BADEA, organized the African Integration Day under the label Boma of Africa. We will celebrate two legends here today. And these two legends are legends of African integration, and they will be coming up this stage to receive their awards. Shall we, with a round of applause, receive Her Excellency, Madame Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. To hand these awards, shall we invite Her Excellency Mrs. Nadas Bekele Thomas, CEO, Alda Nepad. Can I use the mic? Yes.
Very good morning. In commemoration of the African Integration Day, a day set aside by the African Union Heads of States to celebrate our journey towards achieving our Agenda 2063. The Afro Champions, the African Union, Outer NEPAD, in partnership with BADEA, would like to present this year's Sankore Legend Award of Integration to Her Excellency, Madam Nkosi Zuma, and her citation reads, "For your indomitable spirit, passionate devotion, and relentless pursuit of the goals of African integration and prosperity with the guiding light of Agenda 2063. At the Boma of Africa 2020-24, we thank you, we celebrate you for being that architect of that great blueprint for Africa's economic transformation. Thank you, Madam Zu. And to present the award is Madam Nados Bekele Thomas, the CEO of Outer NEPAD. Thank you. Madam Zuma represents the public sector legend for this year's Sankore Award. We'll invite her to just say a few words.
Thank you very much for this award. It's really a big addition to my life. But I want to share this award with everybody I worked with, because you are as good as your team. So that people I worked with contributed to what we achieved. So it cannot be just mine. It's mine, but representing the team, because I always believe you are as good as your team. Thank you.
Shall we now invite to the stage Mr. Kofi Gervais Jondo for the Sankore Legend Award for African Integration? A round of applause. The award will be given front of the podium.
So for all of you who have had the privilege of flying Sky Airlines across the continent, and also do bank or have been associated with EcoBank, Mr. Gervais Jondo, co-founder of EcoBank Group, as well as founder and chairman of Sky Airlines, will receive this year's Sankore Integration Legend Award 2024 for his work he's done in integrating the continent through logistics, aviation, and also banking by integrating 36 financial markets across the continent. His citation reads, "Presented this day to Mr. Kofi Gervais Jondo for your indomitable spirit, passionate devotion, and relentless pursuit of the goals of African integration and prosperity with the guiding light of Agenda 2063, the continent's blueprint for economic transformation. Delivered to you at this year's BOMA of Africa 2024 event, courtesy of the Africa Union, the Afro Champions, Outer NEPAD, and BADEA. Round of applause to him, please.
Thank you very much. The program continues. We shall have a spot of music, violin, strings, as we prepare for the next session, which is going to be moderated by Mr. Bernard Avle, General Manager, City FM, Channel 1 TV. Shall we have the violin music now? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lovely violin music on contemporary Afrobeat music. Thank you very much. The program continues. Next is a video, and we're going to have a panel. After the panel, we're going to have lunch. Isn't that lovely? So it is free lunch here in this very lovely hotel. So next, we're going to play a video on BADEA's 50-year anniversary, after which we will have the wonderful Bernard Avley moderate an incredibly powerful session. Shall we have the video now?
For half a century, the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, has been a steadfast partner in Africa's journey towards prosperity. Established in 1974, BADEA has committed more than $13 billion to beneficiary countries, funding more than 2,000 impactful projects across the continent. BADEA's mission to foster economic, financial, and technical cooperation between Arab and African countries has been unwavering. With an authorized capital of $20 billion and a subscribed capital of $10 billion, BADEA has been a powerful force for development. Over these 50 years, BADEA has focused on key areas vital to Africa's growth. From investing in infrastructure and developing agriculture value chains to promoting trade and empowering SMEs, BADEA's impact has been far-reaching and transformative. BADEA's collaboration extends to 44 African countries, not including members of the League of Arab States. This partnership has seen the financing of critical projects in transport, energy, agriculture, and social infrastructure. The bank's commitment is evident in its diverse funding instruments. From ordinary finance and blended finance to guarantees and grants, BADEA has architected its approach to meet Africa's witnessed the dawn of a new era in Arab-African cooperation. The launch of the Arab-Africa Financial Consortium marks a bold step towards unlocking unprecedented financial opportunities for the continent. This consortium brings together powerhouses of finance from both regions. It is a club of leading multilateral financial institutions and development finance institutions in Africa, including all members of the African Multilateral Financial Institutions and the Arab region, as well as all 8 members of the Arab Coordination Group and major sovereign wealth funds. The Arab-Africa Financial Consortium represents a significant advancement in development finance. It aims to provide a collaborative springboard for big-ticket financing for transformative African projects, from expansive infrastructure developments to innovative technological ventures. This consortium establishes a new frontier in financing, where the Arab region and Africa unite to catalyze economic growth. It creates a natural synergy, bridging North Africa and the Middle East with the rest of the continent. As other global players set their sights on Africa, this consortium offers a unique proposition. The consortium aims to create long-term partnerships that drive sustainable development across the continent. The Arab-Africa Financial Consortium is poised to mobilize significant resources. With the combined strength of its members across Africa and the Arab region, the consortium has the potential to dramatically increase financial flows to Africa. As we look to the next 50 years, BADEA and the Arab-Africa Financial Consortium stand ready to write a new chapter in Arab-African relations. This financial alliance embodies a shared commitment to building a prosperous and interconnected future for both regions. Together, we are not just bridging continents, we are building a legacy of cooperation, development, and shared prosperity. The future of Arab-African collaboration begins now. It promises to be brighter than ever before. Arab-Africa Financial Consortium, a new, stronger, and bolder funding arrangement to transform Africa. For more, visit badea.org.
The next session is CEO's Open Forum on the Arab-Africa Financial Consortium and the private sector, leveraging development finance to boost private sector growth and trade between Africa and the Arab world. Shall we invite to the podium Mr. Salah Babale, Director, Private Sector and Trade Operations, BADEA, to set the context.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for hosting us once again for our 50th anniversary in Accra. Just as introductory remark, I would like to make some few notes on BADEA Private Sector and Trade Finance Department. As was alluded by His Excellency, our President, earlier this morning, BADEA started its operation for the private sector approximately 9 to 10 years ago. So over time, our activities have grown from a small unit to a strategic department for the bank, where we've been covering over the last 10 years, approximately 70 to 80 operation, a portfolio of around $4 billion, with activities spanning into private sector purely and trade finance operations, which are usually short-term in nature, as opposed to private sector where we look at project finance, line of finance, equity, support, and so on. As alluded to by my colleagues earlier during the day, our Secretary General, our President, and other colleagues, the next 30 years for BADEA are very critical and important, given the strategic equity contribution we received from our shareholders last year, with a capital increase, substantial capital increase spanning up to 20 billion. It is expected that our operation will strategically grow. And one area where they would strategically be seen would be in the private sector and trade finance. In doing so, we're looking forward to expanding our operations in several of the region of the country. We are currently based out in Riyadh. Hopefully, fairly soon, we would have some regional offices allowing us maybe to cover operation from the continent. As such, we're looking forward to a bright future and cooperation with all of you. So thank you again for having us in Accra. It was a pleasure making these few remarks about the private sector and trade finance in BADEA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salah Babale, Director, Private Sector and Trade Operations, BADEA. Now it's time for the first session. It's a discussion that is going to focus on leveraging development finance to boost private sector growth and trade between Africa and the Arab world. The moderator is the man himself, Bernard Avley, General Manager, City FM, Channel 1 TV. A round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying for this panel session. I see a few seats in front. I am reliably informed they are available, so we want to have a cozier program. So if you want to move forward, it will help us so we can interact better. So those at the back, you can occupy the seats in front of you. None of the seats in front have been reserved, so please let's get closer so we can have a very exciting program. Put hands together for ourselves as we do that. Thank you very much. I'm giving you 2 minutes to migrate to the front. Thank you very much indeed. And as we do that, I would invite my panel, set the context, and then we'll zoom straight into the session. This panel is on leveraging development finance to boost private sector growth and trade between Africa and the Arab world. And we're grateful you're migrating. Please keep coming forward. Hopefully, during the Q&A session, those of you in front, you will catch the eye of the moderator. So the closer you are to the front, the better for you. Thank you so much for the migration. This is a very heavy panel. Very heavy panel. And so I'm going to introduce the panel members, and then we'll jump straight into action. I can see more people coming. Yes, there are more seats in front. Please come. Please come to the front. Thank you very much indeed. Wonderful. I'd like to invite, in no particular order, the panelists. This is not in order of importance. This is just in order of what is in front of me. So let's welcome from Tetra Core, the CEO, Mr. Olakunle Williams. Please put your hands together for him. He is an energy expert and, of course, CEO of the Tetra Core Energy Group. He's done lots of great things in his life, including working with the NGA, the ALGD, and other important organizations. Thank you, sir, for being here with us today. Next on the panel is the founder of Premier Invest, Mr. Rene Awambeng. Please put your hands together for him. Oh, come on, you can do better. An experienced international banker with almost 30 years in that area, helping to raise money for important projects across the world. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. We're privileged to have you. Also privileged to have Mr. Walid Hareb Al-Falahi, CEO of Dubai Consultancy and UAE Trade Center. Please put your hands together for Mr. Walid, an outstanding entrepreneur, businessman, great public administrator, doing lots of work raising finance for projects in Africa and the Arab world. Thank you so much, Mr. Al-Falahi, for being here with us today. We're privileged to also have the Deputy CEO of Finance and Admin at the Ghana Cocoa Board, Mr. E. Ray Ankra. Please put your hands together. A highly experienced chartered accountant and certified global management accountant, solid track record in leadership. He is the Deputy CEO of the Ghana Cocoa Board, which is the most important parastatal in one of Ghana's most important sectors, cocoa. Please welcome Mr. Ray Ankra. Thank you, sir, for being here. We want to also bring up stage the chairman of the Pan-African Trade and Investment Committee, PAF-TRAC, Professor Patrick Utomi. Please put your hands together. Professor of Political Economy, management expert, a real champion for investment in Africa, a public intellectual, and a great mind. Please welcome Professor Patrick Utomi. Privileged to have you, sir. Look, there's free lunch. I think you're conserving energy with the applause. There's a lot of food, so please put your hands together for the panel. Let's do it one more time for Professor Patrick Utomi. Thank you. All right. Last but certainly not least is Professor Khalid Nabis, who is the CEO of the AppCare Medical Technology and also chair of healthcare industries of the Africa Business Council. He is our healthcare guru on the panel. Welcome, Professor Khalid Nabis. Prof, thank you for being here. I was hoping to sit down, but it's quite clear because of all the sins I've committed, I'll stand through the process. I will be standing, no problem at all. Now, what I find interesting is that we have 5 objectives for the panel, and then we have 6 panel members, which means I have a bonus objective. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk through the objectives. I'm going to give each panelist 3 minutes to tell me which of the objectives they want to address and how they want to deal with the topic. So each of you will do like a round of 3 to 4 minutes. Then based on what you say, I would ask a few questions and then we will live happily ever after. Is that a good plan? Wonderful. So the first objective is to assess the potential of development finance in achieving 2 important things: the BADEA's 2030 agenda and the AU's Agenda 2063. I can see smiles on the panel. Somebody is taking that. The second objective is to address the challenges faced by SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, particularly in accessing finance. Not only that, propose solutions to enhance their economic input. So you get the problem, you give us a solution. So that's one objective. So don't forget the first objectives, BADEA AU 2030-2063. How do we align? SMEs problem solution. Third objective, explore how greater cooperation between Arab and African development financial institutions can strengthen economic, financial, and technical collaboration. So basically, how can better collaboration between African finance and Arab finance help us achieve all our goals? Fourth, examine the impact of the $50 billion Arab Fund on Africa's development. I like this one. If nobody will take it, I'll take it myself. I love it. How will the 50 billion Arab Fund help Africa unlock its potential? Really exciting indeed. And then finally, we'll discuss the strategic objectives and anticipated outcomes of this 50 billion Arab Fund for Africa's development. So these are the 5 objectives. This is a different panel. I'm just going to give you each of you the chance to tackle any of these topics, but I'm going to give you 3 minutes so that it doesn't get too long and boring. Don't forget that the topic or the theme for the panel is leveraging development finance to boost private sector growth and trade between Africa and the developed world. Wow, they give me a chair. All right. Wonderful things will happen in the course of this panel. Like chairs will appear, even though the MC didn't have one. Put your hands together for the panel as I take my seat. And I'm just going to give each of you a quick second to introduce yourself so we're sure your mic works. So I'll start from Prof. If there's a mic next to you, say hello and tell us you're happy to be here. Just to be sure.
Okay. Hello. You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Professor Dabis. I am the CEO of AB Care and Ultratib. I am also the chair of healthcare cluster for medical services, healthcare, and medical manufacturing at Africa Business Council. Thank
Wonderful. You. Thank you very much. You're already smiling. I know you're happy to be here. Just confirm that for me.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. My name is Olakunle Williams. I'm the founder and the chief executive officer for Tetraco Energy Group. We're a dominant midstream gas infrastructure investment company operating in Sub-Saharan Africa. And we are definitely looking forward to the conversations today towards steering our continent's economic prosperity.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Rene Awambeng.
Thank you very much. My name is Rene Awambeng from Premier Invest. We're an investment bank and fund manager. We are trying to untap and unlock capital from the rest of the world, particularly from the Middle East, to support projects in Africa.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's deal with now Mr. Al Falahi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning, my brothers and sisters. I'm the CEO of UAE Trade Center, and our main objective, we've been here, as you know, for so many years, Arabs and Africans. We are brothers. We have similar culture, similar ideologies. So I think the main aim of UAE Trade Center is to bridge that gap and also create a bridge between Middle East and Africa together.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ray Ankra.
Hello. I'm very happy to be sitting here because of my life. I hear all these potential sources of money that could be made available for the sort of investment ideas that I have. Because certainly in the cocoa sector in this country, we have a lot of enormous opportunities. All we need is a bit of money and a bit of direction. And so today I am here to articulate all the compelling investment opportunities in the Ghana cocoa sector.
Wonderful. Thank you. And then last but not least, Professor Pat Utomi.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Pat Utomi. I am chairman of PAFTRAC, the Private Sector Pan-African Trade and Investment Committee, whose objective is to ensure that the public sector, in making decisions, has enough of an articulation of what it means for the private sector. Because traditionally, African leaders go to meetings, reach agreements, and they don't even consult the private sector, which is affected by those agreements. The role of PAFTRAC with the Secretariat at the Afro-Exim Bank is to ensure that we change that.
Wow.
And as for what I do, my day job, a few things actually. I am a professor at the Lagos Business School, and to prove to my students that I can cross the knowing doing gap. I'm also an entrepreneur.
Wonderful. Put your hands together for the panel. Thank you very much. Now, there are many elections happening this year. So we're going to have 2 elections here. The first one, you need to decide whether I should stand here or whether I should go sit there. How many of you think I'm better standing here? Is it better for them? All right. Those who think I should go there, let me see your hand. Okay, so the ayes have it. So I'm going to remain here. Wonderful. So the first election has been won. Now we have another election to hold. Now, in the notes they gave you, you were all supposed to speak for 3 to 4 minutes each. And there are 6 of you. So that's going to be like 30 minutes, a long time. I'm proposing that for each of the 5 objectives, I throw the question and we do 5 rounds. You're going to decide. Should I give you just 3 minutes to just talk? Or I should go through objective 1 and then we'll take your comments. So there should be 5 thematic areas, 5 rounds of questions. Which one do you think is best? This is for the panel to vote. What do you think I should do?
Give us 5 minutes, then we can ask questions.
So I should give each of you like a couple of minutes to give your opening thoughts. Then I'll deal with the 5. Wonderful. Do you want to do that sitting down or standing? You want to do that sitting? Comfortable?
You know what is the funny part? Most of us were friends. Huh? You know, when I came, I saw their names. I felt, listen, I know these guys. So all of us were friends. So I think the more comfortable we are, the audience will benefit. The audience will learn out of these expert people.
So I should just go ahead. I should fire. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for our class prefect. All right. So I think the first question is the question of development finance and how important it is to unlock a continent's potential. Development finance. And I would like whoever goes first to differentiate development finance from other kinds of finance because they are not the same thing. So whoever is going to go first, just give me a sense of the importance of development finance for Africa and why this is a critical time for Africa and the Arab countries to be discussing development finance. Rene, you look like somebody who's going to do that for me. So you start and then Professor Otomi will tidy up and I'll take another prof. So let's go.
No, thank you for that very important question. First of all, we must congratulate and celebrate all the development partners on the continent for the excellent work that they are doing today. In the face of all the challenges that the continent has to unlock its development capacity, I think over the last 5 years, we have seen a lot of momentum around African development finance institutions coming together to provide African solutions to African problems. Notwithstanding, there is a significant gap that needs to be covered. I'll just say a few things about the challenges. First of all, development finance is supposed to be long-term, it's supposed to be patient, it's supposed to be cheap or concessional to be able to be sustainable. Now, what are the critical issues today? We all see that our continent has huge requirements in terms of financing its development needs. It is estimated at over $150 billion every year to support infrastructure, power, roads, hospitals. At the same time, all our countries keep getting downgraded. So the risk perception is very high. So automatically the cost of credit is very high. The appetite for leveraging finance of the continent is very low. So how do we solve this conundrum? How do we solve this problem? When together, and you need to do this math, what is the capital of all the African development finance institutions put on this side and all of Africa's development needs per year put on that side? You will see that the ratio is probably 1 to 10. So we need to actually work hard. One, resource mobilization. We need to use our own solutions, local currencies, in trying to finance what we are doing.
Wow.
Continuous reliance on foreign currencies is a burden on our economies.
Yes.
We need to strengthen African rating agencies so that we can have independent assessment of our own risks and not rely on people to tell us that we are more riskier, or people who have the same rating as us can attract better funding than we can attract that funding.
Wow.
We need to tell our story together and better. We should stop presenting projects that are not serious. We should propose cross-border, strong regional projects that will be able to drive development change and attract development capital on the continent.
Wow. That's a good opener. Let me take any reactions to that, any additions. Yes.
I'll just take it from where René stopped. I'm a young African energy entrepreneur, and I think there are perhaps more qualified experts that will speak to the development finance and importance of it. But I will speak as a project developer in Africa. Over the last 5 years, we've more or less put our balance sheet to funding energy infrastructure projects, in the countries that we operate in. And what we see, obviously, is that we have to build a lot of resilience with regards to financing, with regards to project development, with regards to developing the markets. And I think we've been able to demonstrate clearly, within those 5 years that indeed there are projects that are bankable in Africa, they are serious projects, and that we have the resources and we have the know-how to be able to translate those, projects into economic prosperity for Africa. Now, when we talk about development finance, what are we trying to achieve? I think the priority is that we're trying to do a structural economic transformation such that we can move away from a rent-based economic model to a value-based economic model. And when we look at all the strategic, goals and outcomes, whether it's the AU 2063 goals, the whole idea is that how do we transform Africa such that we can see increased GDP, growth over the next 5 to 10 years, perhaps double-digit GDP growth. And I think at the very center of it is energy. And I will speak from the selfish standpoint. I think priority is BADEA and other, multilateral institutions should begin to mark how we can channel more financing towards energy projects and energy infrastructure projects, because we think that today, critically, Africa takes very little of the global capital allocation that goes into energy, projects and energy financing globally. So we think that the first priority will be to look at those areas that we have competitive resource strengths, such as natural gas. Over the continent, we have over 600 TCF of proven gas reserves that we think is useful to be able to transform the entire continent of Africa into a value-based economic model. But we need, like René said, patient capital that enables us efficiently develop those resources. And looking at the different supply strengths in terms of different countries that have, huge reserves, we can begin to develop infrastructures that take those resources and reserves and then build up the value-based economic model that can translate them into industrialization. And I think that primarily, as we're trying to promote intertrading within Africa, the key focus will be industrialization, looking at especially within the local manufacturing capabilities. So what I want to see going forward is a situation where BADEA and other, development finance organizations can begin to target financing to private sector led investments, such that we can rally those investments to develop human capital. We can challenge towards infrastructure development and also build markets to utilize the.
Thank you very much, Olakunle. Now, you've gone ahead of us, but because you are the youngest on the panel, we'll pardon you, because I wanted some comments around what he said. He gave the 3 characteristics of development finance, and he also spoke about the demand supply issue, where he says, look, we have the resources here to finance our development. I wanted some reactions to that. Is there enough money in the region from a supply side? So I'm going to take Walid and then I'll take Ray. Prof, I'll end with you. Yes.
I think if I go to the audience and take your question and reverse it, how many of you think Africa has money compared to lending from outside? See, that's the problem. Once upon a time, I was deputy director to a free zone in Dubai called Jebel Ali Free Zone. And always we were thriving to go and bring investment and, easy travel. All these employees, they like to travel. They go all over the world. Then what we did, we came up with an investment map where we identified what are the sectors, what are the clusters that we want to achieve. And we had proper information on these type of investment. Believe me, we were able to sell the project internally. We didn't even have to go outside. This is the challenge. I've been in Africa for around 25, 27 years. I get shocked when I sit with some of the leading IPAs in Africa. And I tell them, can you show me your investment map? Believe me, it's like I am talking to them, moon language. They don't even understand what I'm talking about. So the challenge that we have first, it's not about the money. It's about the structure that is not in place to promote and to put these projects in the system. There is, I deal with a lot of African partners. They don't talk to you about the money. They talk to you about the project itself. Let's take an example. Today, even when we deal with different nationalities like Chinese, I am doing business with China. And the first thing they tell you, Chinese, they tell you, come and take my agency. I tell them, no, I don't want to touch your agency. What I want is jointly, we do assembly. So your positioning has to be right. So the issue, to answer your question, one, when Africa has its own money, but the structure is lacking, need a better structuring, better tools, whether it's crowdfunding, whether it's whatever tool needed to be positioned the system.
Thank you. I think that was wonderful. I saw the two of you nodding vigorously. So just tell me why you were nodding.
Okay. All right. I was saying, because it's so important to come to the point that he has made. That's where I was going to start off from. Many times when we talk about development finance, people are thinking PT capital. No, we don't need PT. Let's start from the fact that the endowments of this continent, especially in human resources, young population, is that this is the future of this planet.
Yes.
And the planet, in its own interest, needs to invest in its future.
Yes.
This is why lending in Africa has a very peculiar, profitable end. That is one. Second, back in the 1950s, there was an economist at Columbia called Ragnar Noxie. And he used to say, capital is made at home. And part of the problem with Africa is that we rush out to find capital instead of building capital at home. And this manifests very clearly when there's a debt crisis like we have now. Everybody's panicking, they're doing all kinds of things with us, but we have more capital here than we're utilizing. Look, the Peruvian economist, Hernando de Soto, talks about the mystery of capital. And one of the real challenges of this continent is that we have not been able to create those so-called representational systems that allow you to use your assets, make them fungible and access capital and create wealth. So the average African who's trying to do business is actually like, oh, there's nothing I can do. When your grandfather left you some piece of land in the middle of the bush, I have 250 hectares of land in Nigeria where I am doing a project. Even Afrexim and all these big banks don't recognize that it is a security source. So there's a fundamental problem in Africa. And part of the role that I think development finance needs to play is de-risking the environment in Africa and helping create those representational systems that will take African assets and make them capital so that this continent can grow. I tell you what, in my role as an academic, when we were founding the Lagos Business School, our general strategy was to train managers, socially responsible and ethical managers, to drive growth in Africa. But I kept putting pressure on my colleagues and saying, look, that is a wonderful thing, but we're training managers for the big multinationals. What Africa desperately needs are entrepreneurs.
Wow.
We had continuing fights over this until I visited Wharton in 1996. And I asked the dean, and I said, look, do you do anything for your big business school, for small scale entrepreneurs? He said, yes. There's a center, the Soul C. Snyder Center for Entrepreneurship. And he says to me, the director is actually an African, Ian Macmillan. He calls him up. I go to meet with him. And I said, if Wharton can do this, We at the Lagos Business School must do it.
Wow.
That's how we created the Center for Entrepreneurship Studies
Wow.
at Lagos Business School.
Wow.
So, really, the truth is that the challenge we face
Mm.
to get entrepreneurs in Africa to believe that they can access capital, to make the assets that are already in their hands not dead capital, but live capital, and we can build in this continent. The capital
Wow.
is here.
Wonderful.
It can be made at home.
Professor Patutomi, round of applause for him. Now, the good news is that after this panel, there will be a presentation by somebody from the PAFTRAC team. And PAFTRAC is the institution he's representing here. So Yusuf Daya, I'm sure he'll throw more light on these ideas. Prof, you said a lot of things. You said we don't need PT capital. Number two, Africa is the future of the world. The world must invest in its future. Number three, you agree with the first two. The capital is here. The problem is unlocking it. So Hernando de Soto. Now, who's doing the unlocking? Is it the supply side or the demand side? Because you talk of de-risking. So is it me with the kiosk in front of my house that has to make it something they'll give me a loan for? Or is it the institution that says we're going to work with government to register these kiosks and lands so that when Bernard comes for $1 million, we know how to track it? I think that's the question on the table. Can you elaborate 1 minute? Because I have just 1 minute.
The role of the development finance institutions with government to help unlock that so that the assets of these people become capital. They can facilitate growth. Knowledge is also a critical thing in this whole thing. And that's why schools like business schools are so important. The World Bank now likes to pride itself as a knowledge bank. They're not providing enough knowledge, I can tell you, in those publications. I know.
All right.
That knowledge needs to be truly unlocked for the people on the streets of Africa.
All right.
Make that growth.
So let me take a comment from Ray. The two of you on my panel, I will use you because you are health and you are energy. So you are the two anchor sectors we will use as case studies. So just give me 2 minutes. Let me take Ray Ankara, a banker who runs CocoBot. Any thoughts on what you've heard so far?
Sorry for a quick correction. I'm a chartered accountant.
Sorry, chartered accountant.
Yes, but I really want to double down on what my colleague here has just said. I think when you talk of development finance, what we need in Africa more than anything else is reorientation, because people are simply not aware. And the attitude of a lot of people in Africa is get rich quick attitude. So what about the pension funds? Is it not possible for us in Africa to mobilize resources between pension fund institutions in Ghana and, for example, pension funds in Nigeria, Liberia, to fund big projects which will open up the African continent for a lot of business opportunities? In the cocoa sector that I'm in, and excuse me to use that as an example, because I think there are lots and lots of opportunities both in the pre-harvest sector and the post-harvest sector. But you know what? These sectors, they do not offer a yearly return. If you invest your money in cocoa farms, for example, it's going to take on average 2, 3, 4 years before you can start some immediate return. Do you have that kind of money? Do you have that patience to put that money in and wait for 2, 3 years? So for me, there has to be a lot of education. There has to be a lot of reorientation coupled with the de-risking that you talk about, and will open up the opportunity.
Wonderful.
One last thing before, in early 1980, when Margaret Thatcher became Prime Minister of England, she had this idea of opening up trade between England and France. She called Francois Mitterrand, who was then the president of France, and she said, we're going to do the Channel Tunnel. A lot of people who were very skeptical about the project said, no, this could not happen. It's going to cost so much money. Look at what is happening now. So what we need is thinking, reorientation, coupled with your de-risking, and Africa will be open up for lots and lots of opportunities.
Wonderful. Wonderful. This is really going well and I'm enjoying it. Let's not forget we have 5 objectives. Now, in the second objective here is the issue of BADEA and the AU. BADEA have a 2030 vision. AU has a 2063 vision. My question is the two regions, what are the synergies? You spoke about England and France. They were rivals for a long time, but they had the common sense to do the channel. Africa and Arab world. In football, we are rivals for a long time. But today we are here as one. I want your thoughts on how these two big geographical, geopolitical entities can work together to unlock finance to bring development. I'll start with you, Prof. Kali.
Okay. Before I answer your question, I have to disagree with my panelists.
Okay.
So I don't agree on what they said. There is no enough money in Africa to meet the requirement.
Okay.
Just in the healthcare sector, we need 250 billion of heavy medical equipment in order to match the lower WHO recommendation. There is no enough money in Africa. It's not displaced, it's not disarranged. Simply, where does the money come from? Money come from wealthy people that put saving in the bank, so Africa have money. Africa doesn't have enough wealthy people in the whole population to put money in the bank.
Okay.
So if you want finance, you have to get it from outside Africa. There is no enough money. I mean, the healthcare sector can absorb Afri-Exim Bank, African Development Bank, and BADEA all together, and it will not be enough.
Wow.
So there is not enough money in Africa. We need money. That's number one. Number two, asset-backed finance is very dangerous because if the project fail, you lose your assets.
Yep.
So in United States, if you want to if you have a new project, you go out, there is a lot of wealthy people, they will risk their money. If the project fail, they lose their money. But if you start putting a big land as an asset-based finance, project didn't work, you lose the land. You end up that Africa is not owned by the African. So asset-based finance is very dangerous unless you have a standard project that's well studied and that guaranteed of return. But if you have a new project with new idea, with new technology that may make you very rich, like what happened in the United States, Germany, and Japan, on the other hand, it could lose and you lose the money. So this kind of projects cannot be financed as asset-based finance. So this come to your question. What is needed from BADEA to the Africa? Simply, Africa doesn't have enough money. In the Gulf states where the capital of BADEA is coming, there is reserves of oil money that's piled there and need chances to invest. Africa is full of chances. Africa is full of resources. Africa is full of young population with great idea. So this is what we need, is to use the extra money in the most needed finance in the world, in Africa. Thank you.
Put your hands together for him. And look, you want to react to that? Okay, reaction.
I think I want to comment on something. I remember we got $37 million from the government to finance SME in a certain part of Africa. So we gone through, and we got it for 2 to 3%. I was telling Rene, and Rene, being a finance guy, even got shocked. We got it at 2%, 3%. I don't remember the number. So for us, we cannot give the money directly to the government. So we need to use a bank to guarantee, as well as also to give the money to the SMEs. We were shocked that the bank want to take 6%.
Oh.
You know, we are bringing money at 3 to 4, and the African bank want to take 6%. And then, you know what is more shocking? The rate of lending in Ghana, and I want to be corrected if I'm wrong, is 30% for SME.
Yes, you are right.
Nigeria worse. In Kenya, it's 22%. So who is the problem? The problem is not the guy who's bringing the money. The problem that how you want to take 18% profit under what? And this is where me and Dr. Khalid might disagree. Okay? The problem that they want to generate 18% profit under the risk of what? Risk assessment. So a lot of it, there is money in the continent. There is the partners also will bring money to the continent. But you have a challenge in the banking system that
The banking system must bridge the gap in a more efficient
because
way.
what they do, they exaggerate the risk part to exaggerate to
exact the interest.
money. But then who suffers? You don't have proper SME in the system, and if you don't have proper SME system, the flow of money doesn't move fast.
Any reactions to this?
Add to this factor. You know, the French economist Thomas Piketty, who writes on capital in the 21st century, makes a very, very important and powerful point that we shouldn't get away from. It is a nuanced question about whether there is capital available in Africa. What is capital is about how you can unlock access. It doesn't have to be sitting on the ground like here right now. If we had different arrangements in Africa, I give a simple example I use for my country, Nigeria. Pathetically in need of finance. But we have these huge assets, like oil assets, that are sitting there doing nothing. If those companies were listed on stock exchanges around the world, you could just use a small portion of them as security to bring in all the capital that you need. Now, today, as Piketty makes the point, there's so much capital sitting doing nothing in a few hands. Because of the way globalization and all of that went, 15 people in California have more capital than the entire continent of Africa. The question is, how do we position ourselves so that those 15 people see that they can get more from Africa than, because Africa's resource, that brings the capital. So that's really the point we're making.
Wonderful.
Not that they are sitting dollars somewhere where you can take and use to make that.
Ola, it's your turn now.
If I may add to it, and I completely agree with what Prof just said. I think the primary thing is not whether or not there's money or money is not available. I think the primary thing is how do you access the capital that is available. And I think that is a question of looking at what are those deficiencies that we have in Africa. One of them would be how do we improve human capital development? How do we develop a knowledge economy? Because if you look at China and the example of what China did, right, in the 80s, for about 20 years, they were able to grow at a GDP of close to about 10% just by improving their human capital capacity, whether it's industrial capacity or across the entire value chain. So what we need to start doing in Africa, first of all, is develop local content in such a way that we are very skilled, we are capable, and we're able to show that we can de-risk those important segments in the market and in the economy, such that it can attract the kind of capital that we require. And of course, when we're talking about development finance, we are saying collaborating beyond just making financing available. But how do you have clear performance measurements, and you can track the financing that you have, vis-a-vis the impact on the financing, vis-a-vis the strategic goals that we have in Africa with regards to transforming to a value-based economy. So I think the collaboration should go beyond just talking about money, but human capital development, technology, strengthening local content and the supply chains.
I want to stay with you. You've said something very important about human capital. Usually when Africans go for road shows to attract investment, they are usually asking for infrastructure, power sector. I don't remember the last time anybody went on a roadshow to say we need money to invest in our people. Because, the kind of development we need, as Renee said, it must be long-term, it must be patient, and it must be cheap. When you invest in a human being, that's long-term, that's patient, that's cheap. But there's a disconnect between what we send out to attract money for. Because a lot of the investments coming in, power sector, cocoa sector, because these are the immediate. So maybe there's a point around we ourselves were not investing in the right things because we need roads to win elections. We need power to be on so that the people don't get angry. But the real investment should be in the people who can then bring the innovation that will bring our freedom. So my question to you as a young African who's now attracting investment, don't you think we've missed the trick on the human development part?
So first thing I would say is, before we talk about attracting investment, let's look at examples of models that have worked. And I talked about China. Before China started to bring FDIs into China, they first of all focused internally on developing their people. And that's something we do even as organization like Tetraco. I think primarily you have that responsibility to use your resources to develop the people such that you begin to find ways to solve problems that typically are problems that you cannot that are challenging and prevent scale.
Wow.
And so the first responsibility for every African entrepreneur is the collaboration across both private sector, public sector, collaboration together with financial institutions such that you can demonstrate capabilities, local skills, and in doing that, you position yourself as local content players to now attract the investment that you need to scale up your business opportunities.
Let me come back to Renee, because you created all this problem for us. Because you made the thing so simple and everybody jumped in. But you are very experienced in investment on the continent. So what I want you to talk to me about is how optimistic are you about this Arab Africa thing? BADEA 2030, AU 2063, 50 billion coming in. Talk to me about the potential that this partnership has to unlock the kind of capital you described at the beginning of the panel, Renee.
No, first of all, where we are as a continent, we welcome all our partners. We welcome partnerships.
All right.
The work that BADEA, the Arab institutions, and development partners are doing is very significant to leverage on the existing capacity on the African continent to support our development. Let me wind back a little and let us face some reality. The US was not developed by somebody else. It was developed by the US, and it's a very recent economy. China was not developed by the US or Russia. It was developed by China. We must find African solutions to African problems. We must create the right enabling environment for that BADEA and Arab capital to come and leverage in Africa. Those problems are, as the head of state of Ghana said this morning, first, human capital. We must train our people. We must empower our people. We must collectively work together to bring down the cost of finance in this continent. We must bring that. It is a challenge. The cost of finance is killing every country, every business. We cannot be borrowing money at double digits to build roads. We cannot borrow money at double digits to build schools. We cannot borrow money at double digits to build a cocoa processing plant. You cannot pay back that money. We need to do African resource mobilization to see how we strengthen our own local institutions by taking our savings, building our banks, so that those banks can partner with the BADEAs of this world to support our development. For where I stand, we welcome all our partners, but we have work to do. We must create the right governance and the right enabling environment to attract that capital.
Wow. I'll vote for you. If you ever run for anything, I'll still run for something. Prof.
I will.
Sound. Ola, can you give me your mic, please? Can you give me? Okay.
I will respond to your question by yes and no. I will say. Sorry. Okay. So I will say yes and no. If the 50 billion coming from BADEA and the Arab Consortium is going to the private sector, it will be a great success. If it goes to the government, it will go to the black holes in the space that all the money is lost. Sorry. Government is a bad managers for money, and you give them money, they need more money, and they pile loans, and they need more money, and they pile loans. So please, BADEA, give all the money to the private sector. That's number one.
Thank you.
Number two, I totally agree. You need enabling environment. We need cheap money, cheap interest rate, low interest rate, single digit interest rate, but also we need the whole enabling developmental ecosystem. We need low tax rate. We need trained labor. We need easy to do business measurements in each country. It's not reasonable that if you want to do a project in one African country, you pay taxes like 30 or 35%, and you produce African product, while you can go to Ireland or Switzerland and you pay 12.5% only. It's 3 times. I met one African president. He's talking to me, come and invest in the country. It's one of the poorest country in Africa, and they have 35%. Nobody will go there and do the work for the government to give them the money. So you have high interest rate, you have high taxation rate. What is the resources you are putting to the development? So developmental money need developmental strategy and developmental ecosystem.
Wow.
It has to come together. Thank you.
Developmental money needs developmental ecosystem. I think that's wonderful. Put your hands together for Prof. Well, I could do this all day, but we have to end somewhere. But there's one critical question which I will raise, but that question will be answered by the next panel. But I'm going to raise it anyway because the finance can come in, but if you're not trading and producing competitively, it would not generate the return. So the money can be cheap, it can be long term, but if you cannot produce this shoe better than the Chinese can do it, put it on a ship and bring it, I'll still buy it from China, even though Ola may be producing it in Nigeria. So there's a question of productivity and then trade within the region. Now, that question is not your question, it's our next panel. Now, the next panel, we'll be talking about supporting Africa's private sector to own and drive Africa's development and economic integration. But because I'll give each of you a minute to summarize, you may try and answer that. We also have Yusuf from Track. Where's Yusuf? Who has a very important presentation to do. Where's Yusuf? Where is he? Wonderful. So, Yusuf, I'm basically cooking this for you. So just nail the home run when you come, right? So what I want to do is for the last round, priorities. What should our priorities be? Africa, Arab, investment, 50 billion. You said some of them already, but I want everybody to give me what the most important thing we should do collectively be, whether it's private sector, it's government, whatever. What should our priorities be going forward? What's the next steps? Because the most important thing to know is what to do next. We can talk the whole day, but we need to know what to do next, right? So, Ray, you've not spoken for a long time. What should our priority be as we close?
The first thing I want to say is publicly to thank BADEA because they have been supporting Ghana Cocoa Board on our annual syndication, which is great. But herein lies the challenge because we are now talking about development finance, which is not short term. The fact of the matter is we have to look at ourselves. I don't know how many of you have taken a look at the level of NPLs in the banking sector in this country. People borrow monies from commercial banks in this country and it is not paid. This is cost to the banking sector. And so if we are talking about finding ways to reduce the lending rates to businesses, be it short term, medium term, long term, we need a reorientation of our minds. You should know that if you borrow money and you don't want to pay, or you choose willfully not to pay, you are actually increasing the costs of future lending that the bank will have to do. So we ourselves, we need to look at ourselves and begin to change so that we can build that ecosystem that can provide short or long-term cheap money for the development of this country.
It's 1 man, 1 minute. Thank you. Who's going next? Priority. Who's going next? Ola?
So I think I'll just speak again from a selfish standpoint. What I would expect is as much capital allocation from that $50 billion, like Prof said, should come to the private sector and should come to energy. Because energy is that very critical center point that makes economic prosperity happen. And I think the priority for Africa should be how do we turn ourselves into the manufacturing powerhouse of the world? How do we achieve huge manufacturing capacity within the next 20, 30 years? So what I want to see happen is capital allocation towards energy projects, working together with private sector, and measure the impact of the investment that we made vis-a-vis the strategic outcome that we have for Africa.
Wonderful. Thank you, Prof.
I think the priority should be private sector in health. I'm biased to health, but if you are diseased, you cannot go to work. You cannot do agriculture. You cannot do manufacturing. If you are diseased, you have a diseased healthy. You have a diseased working force. And if you are at home, all sector of economy stop. The music stops. So health come first. Thank you.
Wonderful. So far, hold on. So far, Mr. Ankara, MPLs, let's look at ourselves. Attitudes, energy sector, health, life's first prize. I actually wanted to end with you because you started. So I want to end with you. So let me take Mr. Al Falahi, then I'll take Professor Pat, then I'll end with Renee. So, Mr. Al Falahi, what is your advice on our priorities going forward?
We're doing what we are doing now in UAE. UAE been a country that very successful in attracting FDI, but we lacked strength when you compare how much we attract FDI compared to how much we export. We realize it's a big gap. So in a recent, the government does something very interesting. They bring all stakeholders and they put them in a room and they have a brainstorming session from the private sector and the government sector. What we realized, we said, listen, we need now to go to the next level of development. And that next level of development can be implemented everywhere. So we looked at our strategic partner who bring FDI to the country. I'll take an example, China. So we've been going to China and telling Chinese, listen, you coming and selling us things is fine, but let's take it to the next level, which is let's start with DKD as a worst case scenario. You bring a car, don't bring it in a full capacity, bring it in a DKD. Then we move into SKD. So the same process can be done in Africa. Second part, which we are doing now in UAE, which I think is ideal, government buying. Stop buying from outside. I know. So what we did, we said, listen, we will make sure that the buying from outside can be converted into manufacturing.
Yeah.
If you come to me, you tell me, Mr. Walid, I want you to manufacture A. I'll give you 5 years contract at this price, at this quantity. What will happen? With these two strategies, you will have what I call potential industry. That's my recommendation.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Let me take Professor Pat.
Yes, well, thank you very much. I think to do anything well and right, you need a strategy. Part of the challenge in Africa is that we don't have clear strategies. We need clear national strategies, which corporate strategies can key into. And my preference is for us to look at our factor endowments and look at what we can take from those endowments and construct value chains that we can dominate globally. When we then determine those areas where we can use limited industrial policy to be dominant on some value chains, we have to generate governance that protects capital. There are people who are in business to make quick money. People who are trained to understand that the reason for being in business is to create value. Those ones don't care if you give them directors to monitor everything for 5-10 years and the money begins to then come, the directors leave. We have to then create governance of the type that gives us confidence that our money is best used, and then support those who are creating value. Many people who can create real value and don't care whether or not they are making 1 billion in a day will welcome that kind of arrangement. And when that value comes 10 years from now, they can enjoy the benefits of that. Right now, the system is not allowing those people to get into value creation. It takes people who have already made money, usually from funny ways, and says these are the successful businessmen in Africa. Give them more money. They're thinking of their next private jet. That's not where Africa will make progress. Let's think like the Koreans thought 40, 50 years ago, and we'll make progress.
Thank you. And wonderful. And let me give the last word to Mr. Awambeng.
As a continent, I think, but We have plans, we have blueprints, we have strategies, we have the Africa 2023, we have 2053. We have vision plans. There's one word which is lacking across the continent is execution.
Wow.
We will come back here next year and we'll talk again. We need to start executing ruthlessly. Time is against us as Africans. We need to wake up and do something to change our fate. Let us start executing and stop talking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for the panel. You may rise. We'll take a group photograph. You've been listening to Olakunle Williams, Mr. Walid Al-Falahi, Mr. Ray Ankra, Professor Patutomi, Professor Khalid Dabis, and Mr. Rene Awambeng. Please put your hands together for them as they take their seats. I'm going to invite from PAFTRAC, Yusuf Daya, Director for AU-AFTA Relations and Trade Policy, Afrexim Bank, to give us some further insights on a steady PAFTRAC did before we get into our next panel. Please put your hands together for, is it the MC? All right, okay, no, just come up, Yeah. You know, Yusuf, please come up. Yes, please. Yes, I've introduced you already. Yes, so please put your hands together for Yusuf. Is that the name?
Well, I'll tell you my name. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Utomi, and I'm here representing my director, Yusuf Daya, the director of AU and AFC FTA Relations and Trade Policy at Afrexim Bank. And I had a little presentation on the study that PAFTRAC did. I'm just waiting for it to be uploaded before I begin. Who's working that, please? My presentation. Yes, please. But my work has been made easy by the panel that just came before me. They have said pretty much everything I'm going to say in this presentation. Africa needs a plan, and it needs, more importantly, to execute. The survey that we carried out was initially meant to cover all of Africa, and we thought we'd see feedback from big businesses that are operating around the continent. But what we found is that the statistic that is mostly touted, that SMEs make up majority of trade in Africa. And the issues that they identify are different from the ones our multinationals face, because the multinationals, to a greater or lesser extent, have figured out how to navigate the backwaters of trade policy, financing. But the companies that carry out most of the trade on the continent are these SMEs, a lot of them run by women and youths that do not have the capacity to operate on the scale that the big ones do. So often, you will see that these companies are looking for financing. They come to big organizations, but in terms of manpower and logistics, it takes the same amount of manpower to do an assessment of a small company as it does for a large company. You have to look at the same things, you have to do the same audits, and you have to do the same risk assessment. At the end of the day, you say to yourself, is it easier for me to do this for one large company or to do it for thousands of small companies who do not meet the risk profile and are higher risk to lend to? Naturally, it's easier to give to those big companies. So this study, as Prof said, was to make the private and public sector come together and say, these are our issues and this is how we resolve them. And that is what the PAFTRAC private sector study does every year, gets those insights, and is supposed to bring it to platforms like this and advocate for partners to come together to create actions to solve all the problems that were identified by these SMEs. I do not see the presentation up, so I'm just going to run through a lot of the major insights from the study. We've carried out this survey since 2020, so we have about 4 years of data. And the thing that we got most from the survey is that a lot of the companies are optimistic about the AFCFTA. They say that, yes, we believe the AFCFTA will be beneficial towards our business. We believe that trade in Africa will rise. But when you ask them if they have actually gotten any benefits from the AFCFTA, a lot of them say that no, they have not gotten anything. So they are there waiting because they do not know how to access the AFCFTA. They do not know where to access information about the AFCFTA. They do not know what benefits accrue to them and where to go. So the major thing that has come out of this survey is that the private sector, particularly the SMEs, need a guiding hand to take them from where they are. They need an information source so that they know exactly what the AFCFTA is doing and exactly how they can access the benefits. Afrexim Bank is doing things like partnering with the ITC to develop its How to Export program. And what this program does is that it goes out to SMEs. It teaches them how to build their capacity, how to develop the documentation they need, how to participate in intra-Africa trade and cross-border trade. So it moves from a theoretical to more of a practical, giving them the capacity they need. Now, a few statistics in terms of the Africa breakdown in terms of the companies that we survey. We see that most of the import and export trade in Africa is going to Kenya and South Africa, and trade going to the Western African countries like Nigeria is decreasing. A lot of the companies say that this is because of the regulations in those other countries are making it easier and are getting more stifled in the Western African countries. As part of the work we do with the Digital Policy Working Group in Frexim Bank, we also interview scale-ups and startups across the continent. And what they identified is that in the Francophone Western African countries, there are so many stifling regulations when it comes to trade that companies like Wasoko have had to pull out from their operations. So clearly there is a regulation problem, a harmonization problem in those regions that is making it harder to operate. And that is why we see trade rising in those other countries and falling in the others. So the question now is, what do we need? The Pan-African Private Sector Survey. Okay, now that the presentation is up, thank you very much. I think we've covered most of the basic information on the survey. So please, next slide, and we will move quickly through to the rest of the feedback slide. So please keep going. These are some of the constraints that the companies that were interviewed identified when participating in intra-Africa trade, primarily currency exchange, access to finance, logistics, particularly for the companies that operate in the logistics sector, and again, limited market information. They do not know where to find information on the AFCFTA. Next slide, please. What I mentioned about the AFCFTA sentiment, a lot of people think it will do well for their businesses, but they don't know exactly what the AFCFTA will bring to them. Next slide, please. So what does the private sector need? I touched upon this. They want information. They want access to financing. They want the AFCFTA laid out, explained as if I'm 5 years old. They don't want to hear rules of origin. They don't want to hear harmonization of standards. When you come to the man on the street, what they want to hear is, what do I need to do? What do I have to write, sign, take to who to get the approval to move my goods cross borders without being harassed by the people at the border control? And that is what we are trying to do at PathTrack. Bring these problems to forums like these and tell the regulators that this is what we need on the ground to make trade move forward. So in the agricultural sector, we did sectoral analysis covering agriculture, manufacturing, telecoms, and in each of these sectors, we identified what they need the most. One thing you will see almost across the board is access to finance. Again, it goes back to funding. If there is no money in the pockets, we cannot move no matter how ambitious our ideas are. We need to be able to move. And that is what companies like Afrexim Bank is trying to do. The problem, again, as I mentioned, is there. It is a lot easier to finance bigger companies that you know about, that have track record. But these smaller companies that make up a majority of trade, we need to find a way to fund them. The Americans have had that, they've gotten their funding right. They've gotten VC. It's high risk. As the panelists mentioned, they have wealthy people. They throw out their money. If the projects go to zero, 80% of those projects fail. But because of that model, they're used to it. So we need to find a model that works for us in Africa, that is enabled by companies like Afrexim Bank, like our partner institutions, that will help trade move forward. Next slide, please. Mining and mineral resources, it's the same thing. They're asking for more collaboration across borders to move from informal artisanal mining to more structured companies. You have a few success projects. You have the Thors that are operating in West Africa, but we need more of those to formalize and take advantage of those factor endowments that Prof mentioned and really make Africa prosper. Next slide, please. So transport and logistics, they're asking for better roads, better facilities. You want trade to go on from Cape to Cairo, you need to have roads, because if you have no roads, you cannot move the goods. Next slide, please. The manufacturing sector, as I said, we need policies, we need harmonization of standards, we need those rules of origin clear. And things like the trade study across Africa, the automotive study that Afrexim Bank is doing, it is going across the continent, looking at each of the countries and the value chains that they can utilize and upskill. What countries can produce tires, what companies can produce different components of the cars, so that we have thriving manufacturing industries across the continent. Next slide, please. Technology and telecoms, they need more support for the startups, for the scale-ups. As I mentioned, something the bank is doing, Afrexim Bank, through its digital scale-ups program, the digital policy working group. It's similar to PathTrack, getting the ideas, the problems, the challenges of operating across Africa for startups and scale-ups who have a relatively unregulated environment compared to established countries, continents like the USA, where everything in tech is already accounted for. In Africa, you have fintechs that are coming in and breaking the financial system. The regulators don't know what to do, so what they do is slap on a ban. If you have companies operating in Web3, the country doesn't understand it, it's a ban. Fintech allowing access to foreign investments in stocks, bonds, if they don't understand it, they slap a stop on it. These companies are double taxed in the countries where they operate. Movement of people, talent, which is extremely important in the fast-moving tech environment, is stifled in Africa. So we need things like regulatory passports, special status for these scale-ups to help move this industry forward. Next slide, please. Same with banking and financial services. The regulations need to come together. They need a single currency. They do not want to be subject to currency fluctuations. Again, something the bank is trying to address. PAPS, MANSA, the Africa Trade Gateway, things that will digitalize trade and combine the financial systems, all the things they need in one place, payments, KYC, into one CES portal that will hopefully facilitate trade and help us jump over all of these trade barriers. Next slide, please. So in the pharmaceuticals, similarly, they're looking for development of talent, they're looking for development of capacity to hopefully increase skills in the continent. And again, it goes back to just boosting trade, capacity development. Next slide, please. So now that I've said all of that, what's next? What are we really doing? PathTrack is trying to move from just talk to action. When we're done with this survey, we will get all of the results, we will present them at places like this, but more importantly, we are calling on our partners, people like the Africa Capacity Building Foundation. They already use a lot of our data. Now we are looking for the boots on ground, the people who can actually implement these capacity development projects, people like the ITC that have programs like How to Export that will go to the ground, say the SMEs, this is what you need to trade. These are the skills you need. This is what you need for your books. This is what you need for your documentation so that you will be able to export. So here I'm calling on all our partners. If you are in the capacity development space, reach out to us. You can email us at, please next slide, pathtrack.afreximbank.com. Pathtrack@afreximbank.com is the email address. And you can scan the QR code to participate in the survey. Let all your issues be known, and let us work together to create an environment for our SMEs and our larger companies to thrive and trade across Africa for the prosperity of the continent. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. It's brilliant. Thank you very much. A round of applause. We have accelerated the program a little bit so you can have your lunch earlier. Isn't it fantastic? So that was context setting by Mr. Yusuf Daya, Director, AU AFC FTA Relations, Trade Policy at Afrexim Bank. Now, we're under normal circumstances supposed to have a choreography by Noyam, but we're going to have that after the next panel, which is going to be moderated by Mr. Asari Ochri Darko, founder and executive chairman at the Africa Prosperity Network. The forum, the session, will be talking about the Economic Forum. Rather, you'll have to excuse me, it is a high-level panel that talks about this new frontier, as it were. Shall we invite to the stage Mr. Asari Ochri Darko?
Good. I believe it's still morning. I had lunch, so I hope that is, yes, it's lunch. Good afternoon. Um, I think Prince Moses didn't do a good job in explaining my panel, so perhaps I have to do so. Is it supporting Africa's private sector to own and drive Africa's development and economic integration? Is that my panel? Yes, it is. Excellent. Um, Good afternoon. My name is Gabi Asao Chodako. I work with the Africa Prosperity Network. We are partners with BADEA. I think there have been some slight changes with my panel, and it's because I believe this time we're hoping that the AU opening session would have been over, but it appears it is yet to start. Um, in Africa, we tend to take our time, as we all know. But I will call some of the panel members who are here. But I think we have still a strong panel. First of all, my very good friend, who also sits on the Advisory Council of Africa Prosperity Network, Her Excellency Dr. Amani Asfo, President of Africa Business Council. Now, the Africa Business Council is officially the wing of the AU that deals with the private sector. So you can't talk about private sector in Africa without having Dr. Amani Asfo. Welcome. The next for me to call, it's a gentleman that I think I've known for over 16 years, during his days at Wall Street, Mr. Theano Habib Han. Let's put our hands together for him. He is the CEO of Shelter Afrique. Now, I think Shelter Afrique has been transformed to actually a development bank. So we expect a lot more from Shelter Afrique and his able leadership. Prince, you have to help me with the other panelists. Excellent. Next is Diab Parak, the Chief Operations Officer of the Public Sector, BADEA. Put your hands together for him. And then next also is a powerful woman. I get frightened for her when I Google, and she's described as one of the richest women in West Africa. That's a lot of pressure, especially since we have extended families in West Africa. My good friend, Mrs. Patricia Poku Diaby. And we also have Mr. Amin Idris, who is with the AU NEPAD. Please put your hands together for my strong panelists as we welcome them and as we begin the conversation. I believe I can sit. Yeah? Yeah. I think that will help better. Where do I sit? Here or there? Yeah. Well, there's actually one left. Oh, I should sit here. Thanks. He's coming. I promise you, this is the last panel discussion, and then we'll have lunch. And lunch is on BADEA, so eat as much as you can. Well, it's actually an interesting topic because the focus is on how the private sector can benefit from the decision, if you like, of the Arab financial institutions to significantly enhance the support they give to Africa in terms of financial resources. It's also interesting because we hear of the launch of the Arab Africa Financial Consortium. Now, when you look at the tall list of the financial bodies that are supposed to be part of this exclusive club, they are all DFIs, if you like, or sovereign wealth funds. We had the group chairman of UBA Bank here this morning. I didn't hear UBA being mentioned as part of the consortium. But what we want to hear, because we heard it from Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, that more and more BADEA and its partners are looking to support the private sector in Africa. And we heard just the previous panel say that the $50 billion that the Arab nations want to development in Africa should go to the private sector. I don't think we want that 50 billion to go to the private sector. We want another 50 billion to go to the private sector. Now, my question is, how do we get, and I want comments from all of you. We can start by perhaps introducing ourselves, just about 30 seconds to introduce ourselves, and then how you think that the private sector can tap into this, if you like, enhanced resources from Africa-Arab cooperation. Let me start with one of the ladies, the one in charge of private sector in Africa, Dr. Asfo.
So thank you very much, my brother. I am Dr. Amani Asfour. I am an African woman belonging to the African soil, daughter of the African soil. I am speaking Arabic, so I belong to the African continent speaking Arabic. So a bridge between Afro-Arab. I am the president for the Africa Business Council, which is the voice of the African private sector. It's established by the heads of states to be the voice of the private sector of the continent. And our founding vision is a borderless, competitive, innovative Africa for trade, investment, and industrialization. So this is actually the core of our collaboration, how we empower the African private sector to have trade, to have industrialization, and we have investment with this Afro-Arab collaboration, because this investment will lead to industrialization. And without industrialization, we go nowhere, nowhere. With all the resources on the continent, we are making sure that we have a made in Africa products. And that's how we have to trade among each other. That's my introduction.
Thank you. Theano, my brother, can we get your comments as well?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, fantastic. No, thank you so much for having us on this panel. So I am Chairman Biban, CEO of Shelter Africa Development Bank. We are a 42 years old institution set up by African nations, the African Development Bank and Africa Re, to address the housing and urban crisis across the continent and make sure that our people get access to dignified housing at a decent price and cost. So we intervene across the full value chain. So I think this panel is very much timely in the sense that we are in sort of a macroeconomic crisis in many of our countries, and government cannot do it all. So it's so critical to make sure that the private sector is enabled to actually leverage on the scarce public resources to do more, to leverage and expand with a multiplier effect on growth and development. So this is why at Shelter Africa Development Bank, our strategy being owned by governments and sovereign nations, we are an instrument for the government to leverage the private sector. And the way we do that is through capital markets, is through our strong capital and also our credit rating to go ahead and raise funding on behalf of our countries to address the full housing value chain, starting with financial institutions, working with construction materials providers, SME and trade in the housing value chain, and also addressing some of the thematic areas for impact. And all of this for job creation, poverty alleviation, and growth and wealth creation as well. So in a nutshell, we strongly believe that developing the private sector is key to African development and African growth. And we'll continue doing that throughout our sector because our sector is pretty cross-cutting because it touches on so many areas within the development value chain. So again, one more time, with the scarce resources of our government, of our countries, we definitely need to leverage on the private sector, and this is exactly what we're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Idris.
Thank you for inviting us. Amin Idris is my name, Amin Idris Adum, and I'm the Director of Infrastructures, Industrialization, Trade, and Regional Integration at the African Union Development Agency. As you know, the African Union Development Agency is the premier development organization of the continent. We do development as per our mandate, and we are investing basically in the area of infrastructures, the area of industrialization, trade facilitation with the ACFTA, of course, capacity building to enhance the capacity of our public sector, and in social development, namely health, education, gender, and youth and women-led entrepreneurship as well. Thank you.
And perhaps you can tell us from your perspective how you think that the Africa's private sector can benefit from this new financial arrangement.
Actually, there are three levels, I would say. And let's start by the first one, which is the micro, small, and medium enterprises. For the micro, small, and medium enterprises to tap into financial resources from BADEA, from Arab banks, from all other African banks as well, it's important that we capacitate them, we help them to be more structured so as to reduce the risk profile. That's extremely important because of the informality that characterizes them. They look like risky, which is not necessarily the case because all of them have a bank account, basically. But though they have a bank account, they are not necessarily well structured. That's the first thing. Once you have done this step, then in parallel, you can actually make sure that they access to the financial sector, but you need to back them up with a guarantee mechanism because bankers, financiers are not necessarily, I would say, though they are open, they still have to manage the risk. So they need, this is where actually guarantee schemes actually come on board. The second one, of course, is for infrastructures financing, and infrastructure financing is extremely important. So far, what we have noticed on the continent is that most of the infrastructure projects hardly get financing because of the quality of the preparation that actually they have. Therefore, at Oda NEPAT, we come with a mechanism called SDM, Service Delivery Mechanism, that we utilize to through an instrument we call PIDA quality level, which is about really bringing the quality of the preparation of the projects at the standard level. Once the projects are well prepared so that we can apply now to facilities, to complete the work. And thirdly, at the industrial level, and this is as well extremely important, we have noticed Africa come with many projects of special economic zone, especially regional special economic zone. but those projects are hardly access to financing as well. For a simple reason is the quality of the preparation. And here again, Oda Nepat come and we are working with BADEA actually and the African Development Bank, other partners toward fixing this. We come with this SGM service delivery mechanism, and we have as well developed a mechanism that would help us to capacitate, let's say, to well prepare the projects from the beginning. We enable the environment, we enable as well the quality of the project, then we do matching. You know, those are the things I can say. I will come back actually with specific projects, specific businesses in the area of health, where we have been doing a lot with medium businesses across the continent.
Thank you very much. Mr. Diab Karak, since you are the Chief Operations Officer in charge of public sector at BADEA, my question to you is this. We see that majority of infrastructure projects on the continent, maybe 90% or more, are funded by governments. And what we are seeing, particularly in the last 3 years, is that for a lot of African countries, if not most of them, their debt to GDP ratio is rising. And that also means that they're reducing their capacity to borrow to undertake necessary projects on the continent, which means that we have to be more and more looking at PPP, as in public-private partnership, when it comes to developing our infrastructure. How can an entity like BADEA support the private sector to be active players in PPP-funded projects for the continent, particularly in infrastructure?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm really honored to be part of this prestige panel. This is a very good question, and it might summarize the whole issue that will be discussed today. However, again, I really tried the point about the importance of the private sector in any economical growth in our continent. The PPP is really crucial, but the very important concept that we have to take into our mind, the integrated developmental approach, which is touches on part of what has been said by my colleagues here, related to industrializations, related to the quality at entry, if I get it right. And by doing this, I think we should look to the whole value chain of the private sector in the PPP. The most importantly thing we need to do is creating the suitable enable environment. Without this, there will be no success. Without this, it will be very difficult to attract co-financing and FDIs to the PPP. This can be done through different modalities. The most of the MDPs, including BADEA, we have this capacity development program. And one of the main pillars of this capacity development program is to provide assistance required for the enable environment and entice the whole investment environment for the purpose of the growth of the PPP. Secondly, the PPP structure is very crucial and important. That's why, again, I retaliate the point of having a very good bankable documents that will enable a proper structure of the PPP, including all the major partners that can play the role required by them, whether let it be the government, let it be the vendors, let it be the FDI, let it be the off-takers themselves, and the type of the concession that can be provided in terms, as rightly said by you, for the capacity, the capacity, absorbing capacity of our current, most of the African countries. For me, this is the two most important areas that really can play a great role. Good documentation, proper enable environment. This will enable any kind of MDP or IFIs to come and interfere properly in the PPP development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we go to Mrs. Patricia Poku-Diaby. We had Ray Ankra, the Deputy CEO of Cocoa Board, saying that the BADEA is part of the syndication that every year the cocoa marketing company in Ghana goes to raise money in order to buy cocoa to export. You are one of the biggest processors of cocoa on the continent. So when it comes to adding value to our raw material, you are at the forefront of it. How difficult is it for an entity like yours to access credit and at a rate that will make you competitive? Because you are facing all these other multinational companies who are setting up processing plants here or over there. How difficult it is for you, or how easy?
Very difficult. But then let me say that what you said about what's on the internet is prophecy yet to be realized.
That's a good
I'll
one.
get a list of sponsoring demands for tomorrow. Well, talking about that, I always say bankers, they give you the umbrella when the sun is out. You rightly said we're in a very competitive market, competing with multinationals, and the one of the panelists of the previous session said that at times they bring facilities at 2%, and then the local banks want to slap an interest of 6-8%. So first, there's the cost. That's the cost. And we've been talking about financing all day, but then we have to look at it in its entirety. I would say not just the financing, the money, but the tools that go with it. And these are very important. For some farmers, I would say insurance to cover their produce should there be any calamities or something that they should lose. But for us, it's still very difficult for me to to understand why we have been trading cocoa for 60 years. First, world number one and number two cocoa producing countries, and we do not have the financial tool to mitigate the risks associated with the volatility. We sell on the London future market or New York future market. It's been like this for 60 years. Fine. But then how can we go on doing that knowing it's very volatile and we do not have the financial tool to mitigate the risk associated with the volatility? So my point is that the financing is very important, but it should come with all the tools needed to make a sound business.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will come to Dr. Asfal, but I will go back to the Diab for a particular point. She mentioned that even when, and I know BADEA, you have this innovative idea of supporting African banks with capital so they can lend on. I want you to talk about that. But she's also mentioned a good point. It says that maybe they get it at a very low rate, but they slap a much higher rate on it. So it makes the private sector in Africa not as competitive as your support should be. How do you ensure that if, for instance, you give a bank in Ghana like CBG, GCB, Prudential, Access, or whatever the private banks are, you give them some credit on lending credit facility, and you ensure that the rate would not be too high as to make it uncompetitive. How do you ensure that? And how can you also tell us more about the kind of support that you are giving to the banks on the continent?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by the support that we do to our regional banks. And by default, they are very specialized banks, and they are very important to us because somebody was talking earlier about the multiplier effect of development. This cannot be achieved without helping those institutions. And we do have a very strong belief in BADEA for the prosperous of Africa. Our African institutions has to be supported by all kind of means to enable them to do what's required in their area of expertise. The innovative mechanisms that BADEA has recently developed to contribute to the capital increase of those institutions And by default, this will enable them and will improve their balance sheet and give them a lot of edge, either in terms of resource mobilizations, in terms of going to the capital market and issue the required bonds. And we think the better way, rather than involvement in different sectors that are very specialized, is just let us help those institutions in order to enable them to take the required role in the sector specified. We have a lot of examples without mentioning the names, but recently we have a very advanced talks with Shelter Africa Development Bank. The mechanism is so simple. It's out of the box, innovative way of doing it, rather than going directly to help in the capital increase of those institutions. We help part of the member states who are the shareholders into this institution by providing them a loan that's specifically dedicated to capital increase. The process involved a tripartite agreement and a later sub-agreements that will be done directly between the countries and BADEA. The umbrella one will be between these institutions, BADEA, and the general concerned country for the capital increase. And believe me, this will have opened a lot of door even for the other partners to come and increase their capital in that institutions. We have the proof of a multiplier of 4 times for some of the institutions. And because they are on the ground, they are better than any other MDPs in terms of identification of projects, in terms of improving the pipeline, and achieve the required developmental goals into that field. This is for the first part of the
But let me
question.
ask you a question.
Please.
If you look at the Ghana's ratings today, Ghana's ratings, credit rating,
okay,
it's maybe a C plus or something. How does that affect you lending to, if like the Development Bank of Ghana, for instance? Because the Development Bank of Ghana has been set up to support even our banks so that they can lend, if you like, cheaply or more competitively to the private sector. But then there's also a credit rating issue. Okay, we criticize the credit rating agencies for not being fair to us, but they've rated us. We are trying to get out of it. But would that not inform your decision whether or not to on-lend to our banks?
Yeah, definitely. The ratings plays a major role when making a proper decision, especially when you go up to the approving authorities. It's part of our risk management guideline. But yet, the specific mechanism we're talking about enhancing the capital of our regional banks, specialized regional banks, it goes through the member states, not the institution itself. The evaluation of the institution will be based on their credit, with all kind of support that they needed. But when it comes to the capital increase, it will be passed on to the member state itself. To make my answer more clear, if providing a line of credit or a line of financing to those institutions, it will be a different game from the other one that we are doing indirectly to support the capital.
Okay. Dr. Asfo, they say that our continent carries a high risk profile. I'm not too sure if BADEA looks at that risk as defined by the West or the opportunities as known by us. How do we get the private sector to perform even though we are seen as high risk? And those who define as high risk, they know that the profit here is also high, not high risk.
So thank you very much, my brother. I think it is a very big, nice debate, and I thank really Africa Prosperity Network and BADEA, Africa Business Council, for bringing us together.
Thank you.
The whole issue with the whole issue of the private sector, I believe I call it the triad of empowerment. We need to empower our African private sector. So this is pillar number 1, private sector strengthening, including SMEs, women and youth. And this will be with information, with education, capacity building, training, access to information. And the second pillar is policy advocacy. We need the policies of the government actually to be enabling environment, conducive business enabler, and also we need preferential treatment for our business sector. We cannot allow all multinational companies to come and take our tenders, and we leave out our private sector. So this is one thing we are really pushing, and we already had it as a recommendation of the African New Private Sector Forum, adopted by ministers of finance and planning, that we have at least 40% of all government procurement goes to African private sector. So whatever on the African soil, we should not bring it from outside the African soil. That's number one, to really promote our African private sector. The third pillar is product development. My sister Coco, how many billions of the industry of chocolate? It's Switzerland who is doing the chocolate. It's the one who's taking all our things. Diamond, minerals, gemstones. Gemstones goes to Jaipur, India to be cut and polished and then go to international market. We are not empowering our people of Africa. Health. Let us, yes, please, we need to empower our people. Let us be the voice of the African women, the rural women, the cross-border traders, the youth entrepreneurs, the youth who have no jobs. How can we have this money dedicated towards the empowerment of our people? And this is actually the question. It's not about high risk. It's about how our governments are putting the ecosystem to empower our own private sector. This is number one. Number two, with product development, the speaker before in the last one was talking about development. Which development without science and technology? In the 60s, we were the same as Korea. Look, where is Korea now and where are we now? The issue of technology is of huge importance. That's why, again, this money should be really put into the right strategic of development through technology, investment in scientific research and technology to do our own cars. You know, critical minerals now, by 2030, we'll need 40 million electrical cars. Who's going to manufacture the lithium batteries? Are we going to export our lithium to China to be done there and then come back? It's not possible. We need to develop our own cars. We need to manufacture our own pharmaceuticals, our own medical equipment. Under Africa Business Council, we have 25 clusters, speaks for trade, investment, energy, e-trade. I mean, my brother Mansour of Africa Business Council, Vice President, Chair of the Banana Manufacturer Association, we need to invest in industrialization. My brother Molalim, he is a board member and he is into the e-trade and e-commerce. We have to e-trade. Prof. Dabiz is a chair for the healthcare. Prof. Patrick Utomi, he's the chair of building capacity. We cannot make product development unless we have our own technology. Health, you know that we are losing 80% of our African patients to cancer compared to 24% in Europe because we don't have radio diagnosis and radio treatment. It's not possible. The major issue is how to empower our people, not the multinational companies. This money should be directed towards building capacity of our African private sector, including SMEs, women and youth, through investment in technology. We have developed actually two funds for Africa Medical Technology Fund, which really about how we industrialize our own medical equipment. You know that we all the time we have to import MRI, CTs, sonars. Why don't we industrialize our own equipments? We need science and technology. And that's why, my brother, that this money should be geared toward the developmental issues of our continent, the agriculture, agribusiness. Why does cashew nut go to Vietnam to be roasted there and then it is after that exported? Why doesn't our women on the ground benefit from the end user and from actually selling directly to the international market after agro-processing? This is what we really need, and this is how we empower our people. And that's actually what this money should be geared towards, the Africa we want. A prosperous, peaceful, integrated Africa driven by the citizens of Africa. And we are the citizens of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She's very passionate about her continent, and we need more Dr. Asfors. Tiano Habiban, Shelter Afrique. I think it had sort of a reputation that was not too high. Okay, before we we didn't see the impact as much, but we've seen that over the last few years we are seeing changes. It is now Shelter Africa Development Bank. What is? Please, can you tell us more? What is different now, and how is the Development Bank model going to support Africa's private sector in the real estate business?
No, thank you very much for that. So just to say that just to before I answer the question, I just want to react quickly on what my brother here, Jab from BADEA, said about supporting African regional development institutions. So this is so critical, and that would also help address my sister's cry from the heart. I could hear you, and I think it resonated in the room. It's really critical that African development financial institutions play the role of development. Until you can control your capital, right? You cannot control who's gonna do the job. Okay, how you're gonna create the jobs in the different value chain, local content, etc. So it's key for us to have strong regional banks, and this is exactly what BADEA is doing. So really, I want to recognize BADEA for doing that across the continent. That's one. Number two, to address your point about Shelter Afrique specifically. So Shelter Afrique has been in existence for 42 years. It was set up in 1982 by actually a mandate from the African heads of state, right? That mandated the African Development Bank to actually set up an instrument that would address urbanization. Because following the independence days, obviously we didn't have capacity to build our cities and make sure that the population growth can be controlled and managed properly in our urban cities and across the whole countries, all the countries. So this is exactly why Shelter Afrique was created as a financier of the housing sector. So historically, the institution has been actually making sure that Africans have access to dignified dwellings in the different countries. We didn't have any other institution that did this. At some point, Shelter Afrique was almost like a developer also, okay, taking the kind of risk that nobody else would have taken, and especially we didn't have capacity for that in our countries. So this is why Shelter Afrique has been the only institution that actually supported the governments to do land development, right? To really make sure that you have proper basic infrastructure to build homes for people to build even incrementally beyond developers, because we did not have a developers industry. So now fast forward 42 years, we believe that Shelter Afrique should play a much bigger role. So we came to the job a year and a half ago from other multilaterals, which are more global, to say that we need to reinforce our African institutions. So that's why we're here at Shelter Afrique, and we recently underwent a transformation. Last October, the shareholders, which are composed of the 44 African countries and African Development Bank and Africa Re, have decided to transform the institution into a development bank. So our official name today is Shelter Afrique Development Bank, and we're undergoing that transformation. Why development bank? It's really to show that Shelter Afrique is not only into the bricks and mortar, just the four walls. It's about dignified urban housing and dignified dwellings for our African people. And while you're doing that, you're also fueling the economy, because housing creates jobs, housing creates wealth, and housing creates better education and better health. If somebody is poorly has poor accommodations, there's no way the kids would be focusing going to school or having better health, because sanitation goes with it. So the transformation that Shelter Afrique has undergone as a development bank takes into account the full value chain of the housing sector. So we address the crisis that our nations are knowing today through four pillars. So we finance banks, financial institutions within the countries, so that the financial institutions can get access to funding to finance developers and to finance mortgages for home ownership. And then we finance developers directly, right, to address the supply side, right, and large scale housing construction companies. So private sector, we do finance. And the third pillar is PPPs. You mentioned it. PPP will be key because you can get access to cheaper funding, to cheaper land from government, and Shelter Africa would help structure the PPP with the private developers and we finance them, right, to make sure we address the large housing
I have a
deficit.
few private sector real estate developers here. How can you help them? How can you be of help to them? How can they find you useful?
So I have a few of my colleagues in the room.
Mhm.
So we'll be happy to have chats with those colleagues. And the way we're helping is through the second pillar, through developers finance, right? Directly. But I think it's really critical for us to address the housing crisis globally, right? And the way we do that at large scale is through those PPPs. It's really key. So those developers can work with us and the government to do large scale development to address the crisis. We're talking about 52 million housing deficits in Africa today. 52 million housing deficit. And this is growing every year. And by the way, that number is very conservative because it dates back. Some people are talking about 95 million housing deficit. But let's just be conservative. With 52 million housing deficits, you need about $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. So that's a lot of zeros, right? So you need to raise that to finance the sector. So our transformation as Shelter Africa Development Bank actually recognize the fact that we need proper funding to address this gap. That's growing because this is a time bomb, right? If we don't fix housing
Who are your
and
shareholders?
urban
Who are
development,
your
it's an issue.
shareholders? And do they pay
Today,
up?
governments. So
Do
we
they
have
pay up?
this is exactly why we're talking to partners like BADEA and others, because what the capital does to pay up the capital of the different countries is important because we use those scarce capital. It's not a lot of money in the scheme of things. I'm talking about $1.3 trillion, but we leverage, we do a lever. It's a multiplier effect on that capital to raise more funding. Because the stronger our capital, the better capacitated we are to go to the capital markets, raise more funding for our countries to address the crisis.
So what you're saying is that BADEA will provide the funding?
So BADEA is one of the partners,
One of the
right?
part- yeah.
To help the countries cover the capital calls, right, in the institution. And once we do that, then we're able to use that capital to raise more funding in the capital markets in local currency mainly because housing is a local currency play. We don't want our population to
So what is
carry the
stopping that?
FX
Does it
issue.
need the finance ministers to agree to it? What needs to be done in order to have this model working?
Right. So look, we just had our annual general meeting in Kigali, in Rwanda. So we had resolution number 15, where all our governors, represented by ministers of housing, actually subscribed to this capital payment structure with BADEA.
That's
So we
excellent.
have that resolution that has been approved by all our shareholders. Now the next step for us is working with the different countries to get the ministers of finance actually have a proper request to actually participate in the program. So that's what we're in the process of doing right now. We have very positive feedback with many of our shareholders, including in Ghana. Been talking to the Minister of Finance actually been this morning. So we'll be fast tracking that to be able to strengthen the capital and do more for our countries because the
Thank you.
crisis is huge.
Thank you. Amini Idris, let me come to you, and I want to focus on where we are all focusing on now, single market on the continent. We're trying to create the largest single market in Africa, 1.4 billion people or so. The question is, how do we, for some of us, and I say so because Africa Business Council is a partner for this panel discussion. Africa Prosperity Network, even BADEA, all of us are saying that in order for the economic integration that we are seeking on this continent to work, it must be owned and driven by the private sector. How institutionally are you helping to get the private sector to own and drive it rather than seeing it as a political thing?
Thank you very much for this question. But before I come to you,
Please, go
allow
ahead.
me to go back to the comments made by my sister Asfur. She made a very good comment about the need to invest into science and education, right? But sometime we need to go, I'm not talking about her, I'm talking about the African Union and our member states. We need to go beyond statements and confront our own contradictions, actually, in this continent. There is no prosperity if you don't resolve the issue of education and if you don't resolve the issue of food security. So in fact, all the countries that have resolved it, or that moved into prosperity have resolved those two, education and then food security. But when it comes to education, what do we see in our continent? Today, in most of our countries, yes, we have increased our investment in education. And especially if you compare that with the GDP, most of our countries have increased the investments in education, but our population is growing. As of now, we have more than 450 million living below the poverty line. But at the same time, if you look at actually our education, especially the public education, it's bad. Let's just put it that way. What does it mean? It means that many families have access to non-quality education or to not education at all. Now, and at the same time, we are saying that we are going to increase our capacity. Let me give you the example of, I think we can compare. 40 years in the past, Taiwan decided to invest into the semicons industry, right? And of course, they went intentionally, increasing the level of education, then eventually started actually investing into specific sector, and today they're among the champion, which is TSMC, right? But that came because they have resolved the two problems. Here we are not doing, I think, what need to be done. But beside that, and this is even even making the situation, I would say, worse. The middle class that we have in the continent, our children are not going to public school because we don't have good public school. Most of our children are going to private school. And those who can afford, which is the elite, children go to international school. When children go to international school, that means we are preparing them to migrate out of the continent. Therefore, the brains of our continent, the trained brain, we are even encouraging it ourselves. We are participating to that. So we need, I think, to take a step back and to think again about what we are doing in education. Otherwise, whatever we say about private sector, won't necessarily work. Now, let me go back to a question about the private the sector itself. Of course, you can't have a CFTA if, number one, we don't have infrastructures. There is no regional integration without infrastructures, definitely. Infrastructure to move around at the same time, to move goods, to allow people to travel, and to move from one country to another. But more importantly, we can't even have integration if the free movement of people and goods, is not implemented. But at the same time, I can understand the challenges that our countries are facing because it's very difficult for us. Most of our citizens don't even have, we usually say population in Africa. There is a reason why we use population instead of citizens, because most of our citizens are not registered. Actually, more than half of Africans don't have birth certificates. They don't have ID. countries don't know their own citizens. So declaring a statement to say we want free movement of people actually means that we first need to fix, the issue of the registration. That's one of the reasons why maybe leaders are not moving toward making sure to ratify the decision on the protocol on the free movement of people. That's number one. Number two, border controls as well within the region at the same time. So there must be some steps that actually regional economic communities may need to take to ensure that there is free movement of people within the regional economic communities, and that if I get a visa, let's say for Zimbabwe, that should allow me to go in every country of the SADC. But that requires as well investment in technology, investment in public sector, investment to capacitate actually border management. There is so many things. So yes, private sector, we all want that to happen. We all want the ACFTA to become a reality, but we really need to address, number one, the issue of infrastructures. At the same time, the issue of the free movement of people, that's number two. And there are so many other steps that we need to work on in parallel. But in my opinion, we need to move beyond statements, because we like statements, seriously. We do a lot of statements. We come to conference, we gather, and then we say, let's do this, let's do that. But maybe there are certain basic things that we need to go back, sit, reflect, and see how we can actually fix them step by step, one by one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patricia, we talk about Arab Africa cooperation, but I'm sure if you ask many people in this room, the thinking is more about what we can get from them rather than what we can give them. As a leading private sector operator on the continent, what, in your view, can we give them? And how can even our private sector players in the Arab region and the African continent work together and benefit from each other?
I think there's a lot we can give them. There's definitely a growing demand for cocoa, for example. And but unfortunately, they buy through Europe. So we could start by having this direct trade relationship. There are more chocolate factories in the Middle East now and Northern Africa and all, but they don't buy directly from West Africa. Look at cashew. Cashew will leave here, go to probably Vietnam to get processed, and then go to this region. They do consume a lot of nuts, and these nuts come from our region. Soya, most of the agricultural produce they have there come from here, but they're transferred through other places. Mangoes, I think, apart from India, we are not too far from the Arab region. But how come our pineapples, our fruits, and all? Why can't we supply them directly? So maybe these are some of the things we can look at. And also trading with Arab, yes, but then you talked about trading within ourselves, and that requires a lot of policy reforms. My brother talked about infrastructure. That is good, but we can look at the low-hanging fruits. Reforms that cost nothing, but that could really help facilitate transactions and trade between ourselves. And with that, I think will be more attractive to the Arab region because they can, through this integration, also benefit. So there's a lot we can give them from here. Even human capital. You go to certain factories and you'd be surprised the number of Africans working there, but then the Africans that they push from the diaspora. So there's a lot we can also give them.
Well, I see a lot of them at Dubai airports, but there are a lot of Africans that can also add value apart from just menial jobs. So Perhaps I think that's the focus. That's where you're talking about. Let me give each panelist a minute to give your perspective of what we can also give to them rather than what we can take from them. Maybe I will end with the banker base in Riyadh. Okay, so let me start with Madam.
So thank you, my brother. I think we have to solve the formula that we have. We are importing $100 billion food while we have 65% of arable land. So this has to change. We have to do agriculture, agribusiness. We have to invest in our arable land so to have food security for us and for others. My sister is saying they are buying from others. Yes, because we have to develop our own marketing tools. We have to have mapping exercise of what we have on the continent. And that's exactly what we are trying to do now as Africa Business Council, to have a mapping exercise, what is on the continent, whether it's commodities, manufacturers, and how can we add value to the existing resources that we have. The second issue, energy. 600 million people of our African people have no electricity, while we have 49% of all the potential of energy in the world, hydro, solar, wind, all this. So investment has to happen into this sector. Very important. Minerals and natural resources, huge. We are 30% of the global mineral resources in the world in Africa, and we are not really adding value to it. How we invest in the mineral sectors. So again, this is we have a mineral sector, and we will be hosting the Africa Mineral Development Forum in Cairo in October. We have again to invest into our youth. 60% of our African people are youth, but where is the youth? No jobs, no education, as my brother said. So we have developed actually a cluster for youth startups, and even for the education. I mean, we have with us here Engineer Hamada. He is this senior vice president of YAS, and they are investing in education in Africa. Again, Major General Russell investing in sports. We have to empower our youth in sports. So what we really need to know now is mapping exercise in each sector, what resources we have, what technology we need to have value addition, what marketing tools we need to partner. We are talking about the Arab world and Africa. There is a huge way they are importing from other regions while everything inside Africa, but they need to know the information. That's why we need to have the whole directory of what resources are we having, and to empower our people by investment into the African private sector. And our governments have to be very cognizant that they should give incentives to our African private sector to transform and develop and add value, not to just export raw materials. And with all my thing, I always say to my African leaders when they say, we need Africa free from hunger, free from disease, free from illiteracy, free from poverty. And you say, no, we as private sector, we need to develop our content, transform, not free from hunger, but well educated, not free from disease, but healthy, not free from poverty, but wealthy, not free from illiteracy, but well educated. This is the Africa we want.
Well put, well put. Focus is not on poverty eradication, but prosperity accentuation, if you like. Theano, let me ask you a question. From your perspective, what can Africa give the Arab world? Yes.
Yeah, I thought I understood your question. Africa has a lot to offer, right? First of all, I mean, Africa has great.
Apparently, I should have said, what can Africa offer, not give?
That's what I thought I understood.
So when you give, it means you've actually given. But when you offer, it may not be taken. Is that the difference? Please continue.
Yeah, so what can we offer to our brothers and sisters, the Arab world, right? In this collaboration and cooperation. So from our perspective, Africa has a lot to offer, right? I mean, we've been offering so much historically, but I think we've never controlled the narrative of how to offer, right? Usually people came and took, right? So the question is, how do we make this a win-win situation, right? And I think my sisters summarized it very nicely in the sense that it's very important that Africa also has value add in anything that we are offering, right? So I think in this sort of collaboration, the Arab world, there are a lot of things that the Arab world needs from Africa, okay? From a geographical standpoint, it's very close, right? So it's much easier to do trade with, the Arab world than it is with Asia or other part of the world, right? So I think it's very critical to develop the trade bridge that we've been talking about. So Africa can offer a lot of opportunities from an investment perspective. The way I look at it, you have good capital and good amount of capital available from the Middle East and Arab countries looking for investment opportunities. So Africa, on the other hand, has a lot of investment opportunities available. So from our perspective at Shelter Africa Development Bank and our alliance of African multilateral financial institutions that we actually were very proud of launching under the championship of President Nana Akufo-Addo in Addis and renewed here also the press conference yesterday. So we actually should be the ones helping that bridge, right, between the African countries and the Arab world. And the way we do that is by structuring bankable projects in Africa and connecting to the investment capital from the Arab countries. And then the other thing we can also provide is knowledge sharing. There's a lot of good experiences in Africa that actually can be shared with our Arab nations and Arab counterparts. So we're also looking forward to do that. And you do have some strong Arab companies, right, that can also operate on the continent. We haven't seen a lot of that. In our space, in the construction sector, we do know some large EPCs and construction companies in the Arab countries, in the Arab world, that Shelter Africa Development Bank would be very happy to connect to opportunities on the continent in Africa in some of the projects that we are actually financing here on the continent, instead of necessarily going a million miles away, which would be even more expensive, right, to bring those capacities here for project execution. So we have a wide area, area of partnership possible between Arab companies and African companies across different sectors, but specifically in our sector, we can do that. And talking about already from an investment perspective, capital financing perspective, we're doing that with BADEA right now, which is our gateway to the source of capital in the Middle East and the Arab countries in general. So from a financial institution standpoint, we have that partnership already, and we bring in investment opportunities. And then from an operational standpoint, we're going to enable more partnership between developers on the ground here and developers in the Middle East. We'll create that bridge. And then construction material manufacturers in the Middle East, for instance, can come and set up shops in Africa, and we can help the partnership between the private sector in the Middle East and the Arab world and in Africa. There's a lot of areas of opportunities that we can really develop and offer. But I think what we just started, this Arab Africa Financial Consortium and bridge opportunity. I think it's a fantastic platform to continue that dialogue, right? And identify those areas of collaboration. Already we have BADEA as an observer on our AMFI platform, the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions. So we have that partnership. and we'll be happy to discuss in more details some of those opportunities that we can bring to the Arab world.
Thank you. Yeah. I want to take it from a different perspective because you're in the banking sector from the Arab side. Say African companies that are looking to get into the Arab market. Okay. Can this Arab Africa Financial Consortium that you are building, can it look at how a fund can be created which African companies looking to access the Arab market can lean upon, or something like that?
I see that you are making my life difficult, especially the lunch being served. But I will do my best. I think this is very important, honestly and frankly speaking. And Gabi, as you are very much aware, there is a lot of opportunities for the African countries to interact with the Arab regions. And it's a mutual relation. And this has history can tell this in a very long way. And for the private sector specifically, it's a win-win situation, by the way. I will try to be within 1 minute and give you a practical examples to the questions you have raised. Especially we have the sister here from the cocoa. If I can focus on the cocoa industry, for example, like as I said earlier, the integrated developmental approach by identifying the gap needed and the added value. Most importantly, the added value. Rather than doing our raw materials, if we bring in the industrialization part of it, in some of the studies related to the cocoa industry, the margin will be increased by 70%, by the way, of the final product. Okay, how can we benefit and get the Arab worlds involved in this? I think one of the most important points, the proximity of the Arab regions and the well-advanced facilitation, ports, and free industrial zones they do have. Just giving an example, if we can have like the proximity area for a final product, instead of exporting cocoa as a raw material, why not to have and benefit from the facilities of the Arab regions and the access to Europe and easy exportation, and have all these facilities of processing the cocoa and the storage and the cold storage if required. And trust me, this will give and impose the added value of the cocoa industry to a very great extent. This is one example. The other example, if we speak about the more to that going about the food security, as rightly mentioned by Dr. Asfour here, and this is very crucial because we are rich in Africa. We are really having a very well diversified resources in all the agriculture value. Let it be agriculture products, let it be livestock, let it be even the fishery industry. And this is something that really needed in the Arab regions. And I think in BADEA practically, we have a very advanced stage for some of our countries in Africa for the beef industry. I'm just giving just one example. The beef industry is something that all the Arab regions can be satisfied by all the kind of, and by the way, it has the motto of what requires, it's called as halal industry as well. For this is really will take it to a different level. And this is one example that can be replicated to the whole value agriculture chain to get the benefit. Lastly, but not least, I think, and this also has been mentioned earlier by Dr. Asfour, we need the localization of our private sector, PPP and contractors. There is a lot of FDIs coming to Africa, and most of them, they are coming from South-South MDPs. When we open the contract for the bidding, the Arab worlds, they really have a very strong consortium when it comes to contracts, especially it started a long time ago in Egypt, whereby they have the impact already. They put themselves and they have the footprint in most of the African countries. Now we have a very advanced consultancy office for the feasibility study, for the design, detailed design, and supervision of our projects. I think these three areas are a very practical example of how can we
have a very positive and mutual win-win situation with the Arab region. Thank you.
Excellent. I think they've started lunch without us. Food security.
Security. They need food security.
Absolutely. We get into the end of the panel discussion and ultimately the end of the this BADEA event. This particular panel was co-sponsored by the Africa Business Council and Africa Prosperity Network. But there's something happening at the International Conference Center now. There's the African Union Coordination Meeting or Summit. And there's one item on the agenda out of many. And I say so because Idris mentioned that we have serious challenges about integration because we are not able to move, we are not able to buy and sell across our borders. But an agenda item this afternoon at the AU Coordination Summit is that how do we get to buy and sell across Africa, across our borders, just using our mobile money wallet? And I'm going to ask all of you, if you support it, say yeah, so that they hear it. And we say it loud enough so that they hear it and adopt the report. And if they adopt the report. And the reason is pretty simple. Over 90%, as was said here earlier, over 90% of businesses on the continent are MSMEs. Employs over 65% of Africans. About 500 million Africans use mobile money. Okay? 70% of trade with mobile money across the world is on our continent. Out of the 1.4 billion or so people we have, over 500 million use mobile money or have mobile money accounts. Majority of people who use mobile money are small scale businesses, okay? Small and medium scale businesses. Beyond that, we have a combined GDP of, I believe, 3.1, 3.4, depending on how fast our local currency depreciates to the dollar. About 3.1 to 3.4 trillion dollars, our GDP. Yet, just a couple of years ago, the total value of mobile money transactions on our continent was 1.2 trillion US dollars. And this is without the ability to buy and sell using your mobile money wallet across Africa. We've been trying to have a single currency, particularly in West Africa, I believe since 1989. We haven't been able to meet the convergence criteria. But with mobile money, as the vice president of this country said 2 weeks ago, with mobile money, you can have effectively a common medium of transaction. Because what it means is that me here in Accra, I can see something on Instagram in Kenya, and I will buy using my Sidi, local currency, on my wallet, and then they will receive it with their shilling in their local currency without using the US dollar or any other medium. That costs about $5 billion. Can you imagine how much value or jobs we can create, or how much we can enhance intra-African trade if just by this small device in our hands, we can buy and sell across the continent? Some may say that there will still be the issue of transport and logistics. But some of us believe that once you create the demand and the supply is there, investment will get into transport and logistics to carry the goods and services across. So what is happening at the AU meeting this afternoon is absolutely critical if we're going to make the single market meaningful to ordinary people on this continent. And if the small and medium scale businesses on the continent don't embrace the single market, it will not work because 90% of businesses are within this sector. And just being able to use your mobile money wallet to trade across the continent will be the fastest, easiest, and most impactful way we can feel the economic integration agenda. So if you are in this room, whether your mouth is full or not, and you support the report before the AU this afternoon, and mind you, all the regional communities are here meeting. And if they adopt this report, it can happen. All we need is political will because the technology is there to have a Pan-African payment system. Technology is there. The enthusiasm of the private sector to make it work or to use it is there. All it needs is the political will and the enthusiasm and the courage of our central banks to make it happen. So if you are in this house and you want continent-wide interoperability with mobile money, say yeah. Oh, I didn't hear you. It looks like the no's have it. Say no if you don't want it. I heard one no. So
no.
No, I think the no's have it. I want to hear it louder. If you want mobile money interoperability across the continent, say yeah.
Yes.
I think they heard it at the conference center. Thank you very much. I think we've had a wonderful panel and panel discussion. And we want to join you to have lunch. So for my wonderful panelists, thank you very much. I hand you over to Prince. Some people mistake Prince Moses for me, but I keep telling him I'm better looking than him. So Prince, take over.
I will sign a lot of contracts on your behalf. Thank you. Photograph, please. Africa Business Council and PAFTRAC, please get ready to join the panelists on the stage for a photograph. Members of the African Business Council and PAFTRAC, please proceed to the stage for a photograph. Thank you very much. We have a wonderful spectacle for you in a few moments. In the meantime, shall we invite Dr. Fatima El-Sheikh from BADEA for her closing remarks. A round of applause.
Thank you, Prince Moses. Good afternoon, everybody. Allow me to share with you some of my thoughts and BADEA gratitude closing this ceremony. This ceremony new frontier in Africa-Arab relations. It is a relationship that is built on a tangible development supported by committed leaders that build a vision spanning for 50 years and hopefully will continue until we reach the future we want. Finance plays a crucial role in our prosperity narrative, and BADEA focuses on building solid financial ecosystem whereby we can impact on lives in the Arab and the African continent. BADEA and its partners are happily expressing their profound gratitude for having you here today and for your support and commitment. I thank all of you for being with us to celebrate our 50 years of development in the continent. And I look forward to meeting all of you in the first meeting of the Arab Africa Financial Consortium, soon to be announced. Thank you so much for joining BADEA. Thank you so much for being wonderful guests. And thank you for our audience across the world. Thank you.
It is by Noyam African Dance Institute, directed by Nitete Yate, narration by Niyate.
From the heart of Africa to the vibrant lands of Arabia. A timeless story of fresh overflow. Witness the tale of two children, one holding fertile soil, the other a precious seed. Their journey begins separately, each showcasing the rich philosophy through a captivating dance. And that's faith, the faith. Leaders of each respective nation pride. It's our duty to make sure that we lost.
On a mission of discovery, forging a bond that transcends borders together. Nurturing a collaboration that blossoms like a seedling searching for the sun.
Noyam African Dance Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. You can do better, of course. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of this event. We invite you to the Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2025 in January. Please visit the Africa Prosperity Network on the internet for more information. Thank you to BADEA and thank you to all our partners for making this happen. Africa has found its step in this new frontier. Thanks for coming and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.